All right. So now I just want to clear the air, about some of the way some students they ask me different questions. In fact, why I was trying to ask them about their aspiration, the reason why they are here for this training, I had a reasonable number of previous students asking me, here to develop a website, keep enough money for them whenever somebody visit the site. That kind of. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. Whenever somebody comes to the site and they keep getting the money, and I ask them, how do you get the money? They say, from the megabytes, that the people, from the data subscription that the people visiting the site are using, then that's where they are going to have their own share from it. So I was finding it very difficult to understand that whole scenario. But the thing is that it doesn't work that way, okay? It doesn't just work that way. Yeah, of course, you are going to make money from your website, but it's not automatic. Websites are not meant to generate money for you by default. All right, so except if you program them to do that. Okay. Now I give you example of somebody who purchased a laptop, very expensive laptop, and let's say that person is a graphic designer. All right, and because the person is a graphic designer, of course, for graphic designers, if they want to make money, they would definitely like use their laptop, create graphics for people or for clients, and they get paid, isn't it? Yes, that's how they make money. Now, you as a graphic designer buying a laptop does not give you any money. It doesn't matter the kind of laptop you have. It doesn't give you money by default. Some of us have laptop and you are saying that no money is just coming from that laptop, okay, by default. So now, how do you make money with your laptop? Okay, let's say you are a web developer. If you just get a laptop, it doesn't give you any money until when you start using that laptop, to do some creative thing, or maybe install a particular software that will enable you to carry out whatever business you are into. Then through that you make money, isn't it? Yeah. For example, if you have a laptop now, you need a software. There's a software that enable you to do that graphic. It could be Photoshop, it could be InShot, it could be CorelDRAW, it could be any other thing. So if you're able to have that software inside that laptop, then you will be able to use a laptop to make money. So I want to believe that you understand what I'm trying to explain. So it means the laptop originally does not give you money. So you need to put in some software and use your skills, okay, to program the software to bring out some reasonable output, and some people pay you at the process of doing that. So the same scenario applies to your website. If you create a website by default, no money is going to be made. It doesn't matter how much you spend in creating that website. However, you can program your site to make you money, okay, to make money for you. But it's just that it doesn't happen automatically. You have to consciously do that, and that is one of the reasons why we are here. Okay. All right. So now designing website these days is very easy, very simple and easy, and that we are here for the purpose of learning and knowing how to develop any kind of website, and that is the reason why we are here. So, and there are different ways, just like we said, of developing websites. You can use code, computer programming language like PHP, like Python, like JavaScript, like Java, like Flutter. Okay, now all of these things I mentioned are computer programming language. I'm aware that some of us here are aware of those programming languages, okay, and they are very important for us to learn. But it's just that the issue we have right now, please be careful. The issue we have right now is that we can't just learn programming right now. Yeah, some of us right now know about computer programming, and I congratulate you for that, okay? But not everybody can. So not everybody have that genuine of mind to start coding, okay, like right away. So in my own opinion, this programming thing, um, one need to learn it from childhood. So I want to recommend that if you have children or you have younger siblings and you really want them to have this, to be ICT guru, especially in the realm of computer programming, please involve them from when they are young. You know, if you involve them from when they are young, things are going to be easier for them. Because I don't know your belief about what I'm about to say, but in my own opinion, learning is easy when you are younger. Because that time, you don't care about anything. All you know, you want to learn, and you're in school. That's all. Okay? Now, I learned coding when I was way more younger, when I was my remedial days in school. So I didn't learn it the right way. I just learned it the Kukere way because I wasn't a computer science student. I was actually a mathematics student. So, but because of passion, I learned it. Okay, I learned it like in a very hard way. You know, so very very hard way. But because of passion, I keep doing it. In that manner. But the thing is that, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that adults cannot learn programming. That's not the point I'm trying to make. Okay, but the thing is, at times it's going to be a bit difficult because of how logical programming is. Okay, so it's very, very logical. For some persons, it's going to take them months. And for some persons, it can take them years if care is not taken. Now, I say years because years of making sense. It's not about you learning one line of code or the other one, or one principle or the other one, but the thing is that for you to be grounded, okay, and for you to be able to know what to do when you have a project and you just tackle it without any external assistance from anyone. Okay, so now it takes a lot of time, and let me say there is no way of perfecting it, because even the people that are experts already, if you are close to them, you notice that they are learning every day, like improving on it, because new strategies and new technologies are coming in place almost all the time. So if you stop learning, you are going to be left behind. Okay, and that is it. So, and many times it's going to be very difficult for adults, especially that have a lot of responsibility, to start thinking about learning computer programming languages. Okay, now, like I said, it depends on you. If you have a high accommodating capacity, you can learn it so very fast. And if you have the passion, you can also learn it faster. Okay, however, if you so for some persons, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work, because you can imagine, if this training is just 4 days, right? 4 days training, and I say I want to teach you code within 4 days. So it doesn't make any sense, because sincerely, you are not going to learn anything. Yeah, you'll be exposed to one or two things, but it's so wide that you're not going to be able to learn anything reasonable. Even 1 month is not enough. Okay, it's going to be like 6 months, or if you're a fast learner, 3 months, for you to at least know how to do one or two things by yourself. Okay, so but we are not here for that, because like I said, the training is just 4 days, and if we start coding right now, a lot of people are just not going to be able to follow. So we have a platform which is globally recognized, okay, and it's called CMS. Okay, CMS is short, it's just an acronym, okay, for Content Management System. Okay, Content Management System. Now, if you hear me talking about CMS, please know that it's just an abbreviated form of Content Management System. So now, what is Content Management System? Content Management System are software platform that that enable us to design any kind of website without writing a single line of code. Are we together? Now it means you don't need any prior knowledge of computer programming language to be able to develop any kind of website of your choice using CMS. Okay, now let me take it again. I say CMS, which is short for Content Management System, a software platform that enable us. Okay, now us, when I mean us, we don't know how to code. Okay, so we, the layman, to develop any kind of website by ourselves without knowing how to write a single line of code. All right, so it means you must not be a programmer. You must not know PHP. You must not know Python. You must not know JavaScript. Okay, to do this. However, if you know any of these things, it's going to be added advantage. All right, so and what are the examples of this CMS we are talking about? Now we have different form of content management system. We have Joomla. Joomla is one of them. Joomla is spelled as J-O-O. So examples of content management system, we said we have Joomla. Joomla is spelled as J-O-O-M-L-A. Okay, that is one. We have an WordPress. WordPress is just like Word and Press. Look at it on the screen. Okay, we have WordPress. We have Drupal. Drupal is spelled D-R-U-P-A-P-A-L. Okay, Drupal. Then we have Abante Cats. We have PHP Baby. There are so many. All right, so they are there. And in the course of this training, you are going to know more about this content management system. So now, like I said, we have a lot of them. We are not to talk for. There are very, very many. Okay, but among this content management system, there is one that is most popular. Okay, and it's called WordPress. So for this training, we are going to be using WordPress to develop any kind of website of our choice. Are we together? So it means for this training, we are using WordPress. So the next question is, why are we using WordPress? You know, because I want to believe that is the next question in your mind. You know, you are telling us right now that we have so many content management systems. So why should I use WordPress? Why not the Drupal you talked about? Why not the Joomla, you know, and all of that? So the thing is, WordPress is the most popular of this among these CMS. Okay, the most popular. Okay, but most of them are durable, and you can also use them to develop any kind of website of your choice. It's just that WordPress has advantage. Okay, more advantage over the rest of the CMS. Okay, and that's the reason why I want to use WordPress. And as we proceed, you are going to know more why we choose to use WordPress to develop websites. Okay, now look at the screen. What is WordPress? WordPress is a content management system that powers more than 75% of the websites that are hosted, okay, on the cyberspace. So you can see that on a scale of 100, WordPress power more than 75%. Now, in real life, what they are trying to say is that if you pick 10 websites, okay, now you have every possibility that up to 8 of those websites are, you know, are designed with WordPress. Are we together? You know, maybe, yeah, someone says 7.5. You know, this can be approximated to 8 actually, mathematically. So now you can see that up to 8, you know, more than 7, up to 8 of among those websites, those 10 websites you randomly pick could be designed with WordPress. So now you are seeing that WordPress is such a durable platform, okay, that you can use to develop any website of your choice. Now, it all started in 2003 when the WordPress platform was developed. Now, some very kind-hearted people across the world came together, and they saw need, to develop a platform where the generation unborn, okay, could use to start blogging, even if they are not programmers. Okay, so now the sole aim of WordPress was to, they developed this platform as a blogging tool, okay, to ease blogging. All right, now somebody might be asking, what is blog? What is this blogging thing you're talking about? What is blogging? What's the difference between blogging and a website? A blog and a website. So although I think I explained that in our previous class, but just in case you are new in this class, let me quickly pause here, and explain what is blog and what is a website, so that whenever I say blog, you not get confused. So I want to differentiate between a blog, a portal, and a website. Are we together? Alright, so I'll start with differentiating between blog and a website. So now I think the best way of putting them is that not all websites are blog, but all blogs are websites. Okay. Now, to simplify it further, it means every blog are generally regarded as websites, isn't it? But not all websites in real life are blog, and that will take us to what is this blog itself. Okay, what is blog? So blog is a website that is updated on a regular basis. Blog is any website that is updated on a regular basis. So it means my news website is a blog, isn't it? Yes, because whenever you visit a news website today, and maybe this morning, if you come back in the afternoon, you may notice that newer news are posted, isn't it? Yes, if you visit CNN.com today, this morning, and if you visit maybe later today, you notice that new updates are coming in. So any website that have this regular schedule of posting is regarded as a blog. And one of the typical features of blog sites are that you don't need membership to browse such a website. Okay? Now, what I mean is that, do you need to pay money or be a member of a site for you to read news? Hello? Are we together? No. So it means such a website is a blog. And I try to let us know that one of the typical features of blog websites are that you don't need membership to read their contents. Okay? So, now another good example of a blog site is a job site. We have a lot of sites that post just free jobs. Okay? And job applicants will just go there and check it out if it falls within your category, and if you really need it, then you go for it. So, and again, if you wait for a while, you visit that site again, you notice that new jobs are posted. So now any website that has such schedule of posting on a regular basis, such a website is called blog, isn't it? It's called blog. Excuse me, please. Yes. Okay, so now I think we have known what a blog site is right now. Now let's talk about a portal. Now portal are just, it's just like a normal website that require membership for you to access the content. Okay, remember we say a blog does not require membership before you access the content, isn't it? Yeah. So, and a portal is a website that you must be a member. You must have an account. Otherwise, you can do nothing there. A good example of a portal is Facebook. Facebook is a social networking portal. Okay? It's an online community that you must be a member before you do anything there. So it means if you don't have a Facebook account, then you cannot access Facebook. Are we there? So Facebook is a portal. Now another good example of a portal is your school, like your university website. Now university website, if you are very conversant with what I'm saying, students do their course registration on their school portal. Okay, and if you are not a student, you can't have access to the site because you don't have that unique identity, that membership of that site. You don't have it. So you can have nothing to do with the school portal. So now let's just generalize now, okay? That a site, a membership site is called a portal, okay? Because it requires membership before you'll be able to access the vital information on that site, okay? Now, and generally, all of them put together are called websites. Whether it's a blog, it's a website. Whether it's a portal, it's a website. Whether it's a normal business site, you know that all information are open, is also called website. So it means the general name for all of them is what? Website. But if you want to be specific, then it will be, sorry, I need to take water. Thank you. Okay, so now I want to believe that you understand the difference now. So let's proceed. So in 2003, this platform was developed, and then it's such a very durable platform. It was released in 2003 actually. The work started earlier, okay? But in 2003, the platform was fully developed, and the first version of WordPress was released, which was version 1.0, okay? So like I said, I'm not going to be reading from the screen, from the slide word to word. I'm just going to scan through them, and this material is going to be there for you to use, all right? So you don't really need to bother yourself much, but just pay close attention because the first-hand information is very, very important, okay? So now, we see the power of open source. This WordPress platform is an open source software, okay? And when they say a software is open source, that means that software is completely free of charge. You don't need to pay anybody any amount to access WordPress. So WordPress is open source. Are we together? So it means if you hear that any software is open source, then that software is free of charge. Okay? So WordPress is designed and developed using a computer programming language called PHP. Are we there? Called PHP. And it runs on a database. The database structure of WordPress is MySQL. Okay? Now, I'm saying this because, you know, this might not be important to someone, but I am saying this because I have been opportune to consult with a company here in Nigeria, in Abuja here, and I think I was privileged to handle their recruitment, okay, and I was asked to recruit in WordPress developers. And during the interview session, of course, they just gave me their prepared question, okay, so I was just using that question to interview the WordPress developers that apply for job in that company. Okay, now and then some of the questions there, you know, are some of the things I just pinned down here for you to know because these are very important. And a lot of persons who are into WordPress development, sincerely, they fill the questions woefully because I don't know, maybe they feel that it's such a small detail that they are not supposed to pay attention to that. All they need to pay attention to is the development aspects, and that is what matters. So now, one of the questions in that their recruitment and this thing is what platform, okay, what programming language is WordPress built with? You know, you apply as a WordPress developer. So now tell us, this platform you are using to develop website, which computer programming language was used to develop this platform? And to my greatest surprise, these highly experienced people like Fumble, somebody was telling me different programming languages, and it's simple: PHP and MySQL. So that's important to us, all right? Just in case you meet that kind of question, just answer that straight away. And this is very important because some of us say after this training, you might want to become a front-end developer, and maybe you want to take a job in Canada, because this training you are seeing here, if you're able to go through it and you really work on yourself, you'll be able to apply for remote jobs outside this country, okay? And if you're able to lay your hand on anyone, all right, it's really going to help you, because it's like staying out there and you are working here. So you are here, but you are not in the economy here, because it's possible. Just like he said somebody is in Finland, right? Yeah, the person is in Finland, and the person is controlling UBEB here, okay? So distance is not a barrier. Distance is not barrier in any way. So, you can be here and you are working with a company in Canada, okay? All you need to do, I work remotely too. As a matter of fact, as I speak to you, I am connected to different companies where I also develop websites for them, okay? And whenever, I don't need to go to the company in any way, okay? There is a channel where they communicate with us, and then they call something scope of work. Every month you are given scope of work. And you see, developers are not paid monthly. They are paid based on their scope of work. So it means if you are employed today in a company, okay, as a developer, they will give you your scope of work. And that scope of work have a validity period of 1 month. However, if you can't finish it within 1 month, it's your business, right? So it means you're not going to be paid for that month. Okay, so if it took you 2 months to finish your scope of work, then if it took you 6 months, it's still your business, right? So whatever it is, and it depends on how urgent they need that project. If it's taking you unnecessary time, they just move it to the next high performing developer, okay? And they just put you maybe on slow track because you're not fast enough. So, and there are people who are high performing, so they regard them and they give them a lot of more tasks to do, and they give them more money based on how serious you are and how skilled you are. So as a developer, if you are employed in a company, you're not entitled to monthly payment. Yes, you can be paid twice, even in 1 month. Let's say the agreed amount is 300,000 naira per month, okay, and you finish your two scope of work in 1 month, you're going to get 600,000 naira. Like, that is it. And if it took you like 6 months to finish one scope of work, it means, like the next 6 months you're not going to be paid. That is it. So it's going to be, nobody will employ you, and this month you have not met your target. Next month you are still there trying to figure out, so it's not done. And that's why you must really, really work on yourself before you hit the market, okay? So that whenever you are out there, you know what you are doing. You are not trying to learn, okay? So, and that is it. So now the next thing we want to talk about is WordPress have 2 platforms. Sorry, the light is gone, but we are not really doing any practical right now. So I'm just introducing the class, so you can listen to me and pen down 1 or 2 things. So WordPress has 2 platforms, okay? 2 platforms. We have WordPress.org and we have WordPress.com. Okay, now I want to quickly differentiate between these 2 platforms. Are we together? I say we have WordPress.org and we have WordPress.com, like WordPress.org, that is .org, and WordPress.com, that is WordPress.com. Alright, so I am going to be talking about the both of them, and that will account for the difference between the 2 platforms. First of all, we say WordPress is an open source software that was developed in 2003, and the sole reason why this platform was developed was to simplify the blogging process, so that you really don't need to be a programmer before you develop your blog site or whatever it is. But along the line, the platform WordPress became so versatile that you could use the platform to develop not just a blog, okay, but any kind of website out there, because a lot of tools came in place, all right, over time, and the platform became so useful to anybody who is interested in the IT technology, to develop website. So now the WordPress.com, I'll start with WordPress.com. Okay, now the WordPress.com is a WordPress platform that is owned by a company called Automatic. Okay, and this company, the reason why they decided to own this portion of WordPress is because during the design process they contributed so much. Okay, so and at the process they decided to own a large share of WordPress, and they decided to name it WordPress.com. Now the other part of WordPress is called WordPress.org, and the WordPress.org is completely open source. Open source means it's free of charge. However, WordPress.com is not free of charge. Okay, now it does have the free version of it, but it's just that there is almost nothing in the free version. Okay, it's fully watermarked, and you don't have freedom. Now, generally in using WordPress.com, you don't have freedom in doing anything. Now you are called a WordPress developer, but it's just that you don't have control of doing so many things. It means if you have your client who wants you to develop an e-commerce website, and it means you need to really buy some of the tools from WordPress.com to start the design. And it means for any revision your clients do, you are going to return back to WordPress.com and purchase the tools from them, very expensive, before you do the work. And you don't just have freedom. So we don't recommend WordPress.com. Okay, we are just talking about it for educational purpose. Okay, now the best, in my own opinion, the best platform ever is the WordPress.org, and that is the one that is open source. And when we say the platform is open source, that means it is free of charge. Are we there? All right, so now with the WordPress.org platform, you have the freedom to do whatever you want to do. You have control over whatever site you are going to design. You can add any feature or functionality to it. You can even take away from it if you want. All right, so and it's very less expensive, because you are spending the budget you should have for it is just, the budget required is low, and the other one you have high budget because you don't have control over the cost or anything. It's either you want to use a platform or you just leave it. Okay, so now we are going to be focusing our attention on the WordPress.org platform. Also, the WordPress.com platform is there for you to, you can find out more about that platform maybe after this class. Okay, so let's focus on the WordPress.org. Now with the WordPress.org platform, you can, like I said, you have freedom to do whatever you want to do. All the design, all the features, all the functionalities, and you'll be able to handle them, and you have full control over them. All right, so now the next thing is, what kind of website can we create with WordPress? What kind of website? All right, what kind of website can we create with WordPress? You see, now the question, the answer from me, okay, is any kind of website. Okay, it all depends on your skills and expertise on WordPress. Okay, if you are not that skilled with WordPress, you are likely going to say there are certain things you can't use WordPress to do. Are we together? And that is the reason why this question does not have a straightforward answer. Okay, it boils down to how skillful is the person you are asking. Okay, and a lot of persons are going to tell you that, look, this category of website cannot be done with WordPress. So we need to seek different solution or approach of doing them. Now, I've seen a lot of clients and even colleagues okay, colleague in web design, they came to me and they say, what platform do you recommend, for us to handle this project? It's such a very tough project, and I said, WordPress can do this. And I said, no, WordPress cannot handle this one. So let's think about a more sophisticated platform. And I said, it depends on your definition of, what you are talking about. So, in my own opinion, I've done this project before, and I handle it simple and clear with WordPress. So, except if you are telling me that you don't want to use WordPress, okay, then we now start thinking about a different platform. So, but if you are open to WordPress, which is in my own opinion the best, okay, ever, is then you have to stick to WordPress, and it's going to make life so much easier for you. Now, it is ideal that people who are thinking about WordPress, they don't like coding, or they don't know how to code, basically. So, but like I said, if you know how to code, it's going to be an added advantage to you. So, from my presentation, we have outlined some number of sites that you could build with WordPress. But take the general answer, any kind of website. Now here, you can see that you can build blog with WordPress. I have already explained what blog are, isn't it? Blog sites are. So now you can build any kind of blog website, okay, with WordPress. Also, let me scroll. Sorry, you're not seeing it, but I'm saying it already. So if you're writing, you should know what I'm talking about, okay? Now the next thing is you can develop a portfolio website. Now the next question is, what is portfolio website? I understand that some of us here know what portfolio website is all about, and some people have no idea what is a portfolio website. Now, for the sake of those people that don't know, portfolio website is a kind of site that a skilled professional have to showcase whatever he has done before to maybe his prospective clients. Okay, now you can imagine if somebody is a photographer and a couple invited him, okay, that he should maybe grace or maybe cover their wedding occasion, and they're asking him, how experienced are you in this realm, so, and now it's left for him to start speaking, right, about himself. Obviously he's going to say so much about himself, how he has done photography for how many years, how he has gotten a lot of experience, these are the example of the work he has done, and all of that. But now, a portfolio website will save you those grammar, okay? Now, you really don't need to speak much about yourself. I remember I was invited to a school, a secondary school here in Abuja, and they don't know me, okay? So somebody just spoke about me, and they invited me for the purpose of developing their school website. And I meet with the proprietress. So I met with her, and she asked me, she first of all welcomed me and said, please, can I have a sample of the work you have done before? Of course, we don't want you to use our work for practice. Some persons, started this school website, but we noticed that they don't even know what they are doing. They're just using our work for practice. So we don't want to take chances anymore. And I said, okay, fine. So, and I brought out a card and I gave it to her. So she had a very beautiful system in front of her. So she slot in, my portfolio website, and everything came out. All right. Now the work I've delivered before, just like the head boy just told us now. Anything you did, anything you have done in time past, capture it. Don't allow any moment to go, to just pass by like that. So if you have ever built a dating site before, if you have built an e-commerce website before, if you have built a portfolio website, just anything, name it. Even a kind of website you are doing when you are practicing, so long as you have perfected it and it makes sense, put it in your portfolio. Are we together? Because it's going to save you a long explanation, So I didn't say much that day. I remember I gave it to her and she said, what is this? I said, okay, I have my website written on it. So we really need to open it so that you just go through it, whichever design you want. Now you pick for it, you say, okay, I like this one, and I'll do it for you. And she said, wow, okay. So she slot it in, and the whole thing came out, and she said, okay, So she was just strolling through the website and she said, okay, so enough of this. How are you going to help us get started with this project? Remember, we have just keep that long discussion, okay? And then, so now I now gave them the bill. So I charged them, and she said, okay, let's get it started. Okay, let's start as soon as possible. So now I just saved myself a lot of explanation. So portfolio website will really go a long way to help you to showcase. Now, and one of the importance of this portfolio website is that some people that are going to see this website might not have opportunity. You don't have opportunity of meeting them one-on-one. Now, I'm saying this for people who want to go commercial. Are we together? Now, for somebody who is not interested in going commercial, might not necessarily need a portfolio website. All you need to do, all you need, maybe you are in need of is just for you to know the skill and to apply it to do your own project, and you are okay with it. Okay, but I also need to address some persons who are here, for commercial purpose. Okay, so and that is one of the importance of a portfolio website. And we say you can use WordPress to build any kind of a portfolio website. Also, business website, like I said, there are many. Charity organization website like NGO, online shopping website, dating site, real estate website, salon booking and reservation website, hotel website, name them. And restaurant booking and reservation kind of website. There are so many. So any kind of website can be designed with WordPress. Are we there? All right. So now this slide I have in front of me, but sorry, you're not seeing it. The light will be back very soon. Okay. So now example of sites that are very popular sites that are using WordPress. Example of popular websites that are using WordPress. Are you there? Okay. Thank you. No. I'm still recording. So now example of very popular sites that are using WordPress. Now one of the websites on my list here is the New Yorker. New Yorker is a news and magazine website in the United States. Okay, it's built with WordPress. Are we together? It's built with WordPress. Now it's just like this kind of Punch newspaper. We have different news magazine websites in Nigeria, and we also have national dailies, Daily Trust, The Sun, Sahara Reporters. All of these, they are news and magazine websites. So now this very popular is one of the oldest news and magazine news publishing sites in the United States. Is built with WordPress. Okay. Now the TechCrunch, there's something called TechCrunch. I don't know if you have seen that blog before. It's such a very popular website. It's called TechCrunch. So their site is techcrunch.com. Okay, it's a popular technology blog in the United States. They're almost everywhere in the internet. So if you search for TechCrunch, you see it on Google. I said, okay, TECH Crunch is a CRUNCH. Okay, TechCrunch is a popular blog, technology blog in the United States. TECH for tech, CRUNCH for crunch, techcrunch.com. All right. So now another one is Sony Music website, such a very popular music website in the United States. Okay, it's built with WordPress. Are we there? It's built with WordPress. So now it means WordPress is such a durable website, platform that you can use to develop any kind of website of your choice. Now let's scroll further and see. All right, can you see this one? They say the White House. All right, this is going to blow your mind when they say the whole White House website was built using WordPress. Now the next question is that, does that mean that there are no programmers in the United States? So why should they use WordPress? to design the whole government website in the United States. And this website is not the outdated website. It's the one they are using up to now. Okay?
I was started myself yesterday. I watched a video of something that is Tyler. Somebody Tyler.
Tyler Moore.
Yes, somebody was talking about Uber, Nike.
Yeah.
And I was like, if this is the case, that's essence of learning something.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. There are a lot of advantages of learning coding. Okay, now myself, I specialize on just two aspects of code. You can't know all the coding platform. So I just do PHP, okay, and JavaScript. But the truth is that if you look into coding very carefully, you notice it's even important to learn Python. It is important to learn Java. It is important to learn COBOL. Although those are old programming languages, but if you look at them carefully, they are so much important. In fact, if there are things that you want to do, that you will know that JavaScript, is the right platform to use. There are some projects that you have that that look, this one is completely PHP. Let's not, use another platform. So the thing is that there are a lot of advantages of using code, but it's just that even if you don't know how to use code, you can be very, very perfect with WordPress. So what's stopping you? Okay. So, but don't say because WordPress is good to go and everybody are using it, then there is no need for code. No. You can't say that.
But those people that build the WordPress, it's like they have an intense knowledge of coding.
Of course, yes.
Because it's built inside.
Yes. It auto-generates different code by itself. All right, let's proceed. Now you can see that the White House website was built with WordPress, and this thing is existing up to now. I mean, as we speak, the website they are using in the United States, okay, it's just like the CBN website is built with WordPress. I'm not saying it's built with WordPress. I'm saying that that is what is happening here. Like the whole federal government website is built with WordPress. Now, you might be surprised that so many websites that Nigerian government are using, almost 95% of them are using WordPress. And this contractor collected so much amount of money, and just outsource it to programmers and say, look, do it. So when you do it, we now invite you. Now, whenever it's time to do presentation, you go do the presentation. All right, and that is it. So now the White House website is built with WordPress. The BIOS website is built with WordPress, and almost a lot of websites are built with WordPress. Now the question now is that, United States is regarded as the world's superpower, and if WordPress was easy to hack, that very easy, Russia would have taken over this website since, or the Indian nation would have taken over, because those are the hackers, the hacking nation, so. And that is it. So the thing is, WordPress is very, very durable. So I want to advise us to take this class very seriously, because the skill you're about to learn, how to develop this website, is universal. All right. So anywhere you go, you are important, except if you are not creative. Except if you are not creative. If you are creative, really you have something to do. Your day will be so choked up that you will really need to scope some people, dodge some persons whom you feel they are not very, very important, okay? So that you focus on the things that work. So, let's test this so that we'll be sure that if the White House website is truly built with WordPress. So, okay, I have it here. All right, so let it be loading while we talk about some other things. Now, the next thing we need to talk about is to know the pros and cons of using WordPress. Remember, I've just been talking about so much about WordPress. So let's discuss the pros and cons. Now, the pros and cons are just like the ups and downs, all right, of using this platform. Many times it have advantages, and we also have some challenges that you are likely going to encounter at the process of building website using this platform. Okay, so let's continue. Let's start with the pros. The first thing on my item on my list here is low cost. You see that you only need to pay for your domain name and web hosting service. Are we there? So it means designing website is so less expensive. You can use small money to design a very powerful website. Okay, so it means if you charge your client a reasonable amount of money and they pay you, you are likely going to use just a small fraction of that money to complete the project, and the rest are going to be your gain. And also, let's assume that you are not a commercial person. It means the amount required for you to have your project started and completed is just going to be something very small. Are we there? So now, the least amount you should charge your client for developing website is 150,000 naira. Yes, the least. I understand that some persons design website for 20,000 naira, but please don't go there. Don't even go there. Don't go there. Now, let me shock you. I think I said that in a weekday class. I was going through Facebook and I saw somebody. It was so crazy. The person, he ran an ads and he said he was going to develop website for people for 15,000. And I said, man, this is just a hungry guy. So I think on the learn more and I chatted him. I said I'm interested. So because I wanted to know how. So, and I said I was interested. And he said, what kind of website do I want? I said I needed a multi-vendor e-commerce website. Okay, and he said, wow, that goes for 500,000. And I said, from 15 to 5. And I said, no, from what you said you were going to develop any kind of website for anybody for 15,000 naira, and that's why I'm here. I have my 15,000 to pay right now. So please, this is my requirement. This is what I need, and let's get into it. And he said, bro, that's not going to be possible. So you need to pay 500,000 naira for me to design a multi-vendor e-commerce website for you. And so he kept saying so many things, and I said, what kind of website do you design? So he said, he just this kind of blog, so, and he just doing this because some person desperately needed website. And I said, okay, so I have a business and I will need website for the business. Now let's forget about the e-commerce website. So now, this is my choice domain name. So, and I type a domain name, which I confirm that is available. And I say, okay, this is the domain name I want to use. So when should I send the 15,000 so that I can get started and design this my business website for me? And he said, bro, it's still not part of it. That the website he wants to design is called subdomain. And that's a subdomain of what domain? He said of his own domain. So you mean I should be running my business with your own domain? He said, yeah, so that is what it is right now. I said, man, this is so bad. So you don't know this thing. So why are you doing this? So I just left it. But the thing is that I decided to talk about it because I said something. And I said the least you should design a website for your client is 150,000 naira. Now, however, if you notice that there's a client that really need this website, and you really need to help this client, and he doesn't just can't cough out 150. You can even go as low as 100 if you want. Okay, but note that the amount that is going to be required for you to do the work is not going to be up to 50,000. Just know that. Okay, so it's going to be way more less than 50,000 naira, and the rest is going to be your gain. So now we are going to explain step by step on how to do all of these things. But the reason why you really need to have backup is that at times it goes beyond what you are thinking. And if you don't charge them properly, you're already in the deal. You must complete it. It doesn't matter whether you use your money or whatever, because you're already in the deal. So in order to keep yourself protected, you really need to add something, so that whenever what you are not expecting comes up, you'll be able to put those bills by yourself without complaining, because you have already reached a deal with the client. Very important. Okay, so now the next thing we need to talk about is the pros of WordPress is that it's easy to install and update. So this process is so very easy. They say, unlike many other CMSs, WordPress doesn't need configuration. Okay, and you can update it with just a single click. This is very important. Now you can imagine somebody who designed website for you with code, and you don't know how to code, and the person just designed the website, and you notice that this website need overhauling. So you can't do that by yourself, because if you attempt to do that, the whole website is going to crash. You know, the programming languages you are seeing there, anytime a dot is removed, the whole code will not run. Are we together? Because it has syntax. And once the syntax is violated, then it's going to affect the whole code. So, in order to avoid that, some persons don't want their website to be built using coding. They say, look, if you want to build our organization website, you must use WordPress. Because we understand WordPress. Now, WordPress, just within 30 minutes, I've explained to a client how to manage his website efficiently, even if he is not a programmer, and he will really not have any issue, okay, doing that, and he'll do that perfectly. The next thing is that it's very simple to manage, and this is one of the selling points of WordPress. This one, are we there? This is one of the selling points of WordPress. You know, many people these days, technology is going, working towards simplicity. How you will simplify the whole system. You will imagine that going to some of the website, you just need to put in your email address, and you just sign up, because they don't want to make the whole process cumbersome. Because if you make the process hard for people, they will just leave it. Because these days attention span are very low. People don't have patience to do anything. Okay, so this platform sought to like simplify life for people, having website, to be able to manage their website by themselves. Okay, so it means there are some people, some organization, whenever you design their website for them, they say, I want you to hand over everything back to us. Okay, we don't need you. Okay, we don't want you to keep doing this work for us on a monthly basis and for us to be paying you. So all we need is that anytime you finish this project, train one of our staff, and we'll pay you to train one of our staff, and you hand over to the staff to keep managing the platform for us. So WordPress is such a very simple platform that you could just teach somebody within few minutes, and the person know how to handle and manage it. Custom design. Okay, so now you can also do different custom design with WordPress. Now, what I mean by custom design is that you can tweak, WordPress in such a way that even if somebody say, I want a website that looks like a CBN website, you can do it with WordPress. I want a website that looks like the White House website. You can, because of the custom design functionalities that are there, you can do almost any kind of design of your choice. Are we together? Now the next one is custom functionality. You see, they say you can make use of plugins to extend WordPress default functionalities. So it means if you have a website, you can add any custom functionality of your choice by the help of a WordPress plugins. And in a couple of minutes from now, I'm going to discuss this plugin in full. Okay, so you don't need to worry. Now, plugins are just like piece of software that add extra feature to your website. So now every functionality that your client demands from the project, you'll be able to do that by the use of WordPress plugin. Okay, so now you'll be able to add any function. Now what I mean by this is when you have a client and the client comes up with a lot of features, you say, look, I am into buying and selling, and I want you to develop a website. You know, some of these clients that don't have much idea of what they are talking about, but it's just that they know what they want. You know, when they meet you, because they believe so much in you, and they come and they say, look, this is what I am picturing. See, if you're able to bring this into reality, any amount you mention, I'll be able to pay you. You see, but this is my dream. This is what I want. I remember I have a client that came to me and he said he brought a card. You know, he used to sell in the market, and he brought one card like that. And he said, you see this idea? I don't want to mention that idea right now because it's his idea. So now he now say, if you see this thing, he explained the whole process to me because he said that that's what they do in the market. He said, if I can be able to bring it to the internet, see, name your price, I'll be able to do it. I'll be able to, at least if it's not too much, I'll be able to pay. And I look at it carefully, okay, and I said, with me, he said yes. It's okay, give me some time to study this card, and then I will give you feedback whether I'll be able to do it or not. So I collected the card and I went through it, and I noticed that, you know, I could do it. So, and I gave him an outrageous price. So, okay. So, and to my greatest surprise, he said, deal, you know. So, and although before I met him, I've already designed it, because the process of researching, even before I went to him, even if he doesn't accept that outrageous amount, you know, I was still going to oblige, isn't it? But the thing was that, you know, because I really know much about this WordPress thing. So what I did was, at the process of researching, I just made a website. So, and it was not a big deal. It just, I didn't really understand what he was saying. So when I took my time and I saw it, so I called him, I confirmed it that, is it really what you want? He said, yes, 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 exactly. So I took my time and I built the website. And then when I met him, I told him, and to my greatest surprise, you know, he agreed. And so this guy, he made a payment, and I was very, very surprised. I was very surprised because to him, as far as he's concerned, it's a major achievement that he had, because, you know, he told me that, see, this is unique because as far as he is concerned, nobody, you know, have brought this thing to the internet. So he want to start it right here in Nigeria. And I said, deal, because I have done it already. And I said, okay, give me 3 weeks. All right, give me 3 weeks, it will be done. So make 75% of the payment, and then I will get to work. Okay, so now right there in the office, he made a transfer of the 95% of the total amount, and I got to work. Now, why I'm saying this is that WordPress is such a durable platform. All you need to know about this is in-depth knowledge, just like he said. He wants to have in-depth knowledge, because it is only when you have this in-depth knowledge that you'll be able to see the bigger picture, okay, of what is possible here. Remember when I started, I said some persons came and they are asking me whether this platform could be used to do this, or I should suggest a platform. And I said, why are you looking away from WordPress? He said, no, because he's sure that WordPress cannot be used to do this. And that boils down to your knowledge of WordPress. So the more knowledge you have about WordPress, the more possibilities you are going to see. Are we there? So now it means with this custom functionality, you will be able to incorporate or integrate any functionality or features that your clients demand from you. And if you are telling your client that, you see, what you are asking me to do, I can do this one, but you see, this one is impossible. Okay, if you say that and the client eventually find out for another developer that what you say is impossible was possible, he's going to say, well, I know you are good in your own way, but I think this person is better than you. So wait, let's keep patronizing this person. And please don't lose, especially if you have a client that comes to you, make sure that you don't let them go. You know why? Some of these clients will give birth to more clients, because in this business it's more about referral. Okay, now a lot of referrals, if you have a good record, you are going to have enough referral, because some of these organizations are connected to different organizations. Okay, so now if you have opportunity of working to design an NGO website or a business website or website for organization, just take your time, okay, and do it well. And the reason why you need to do it well is that you are still going to showcase that website in your portfolio. Now, if you do it not good enough, and whoever see it and say, look at this place, it's not properly done, it means it's going to be carelessness from your own side, because you are telling people that this website was designed by you. So it means it doesn't matter how much you are paid, so long as you agree to do it, you should do it well. Are we together? So now WordPress also have a helpful community where you can always fall back to, and you'll be able to see help. Okay, just like we say at the end of this training, you have a Telegram channel where you can always ask your question, and you'll be able to meet thousands of others that attended this training before you. Okay, so, and also we say this platform is open source, which we say any open source platform is a free platform, isn't it? So let's go to the next one, which is the cons of using WordPress. All right, so before I say that, I was trying to open the White House website. Look at it. All right, so this is the current White House website, and we say, you can see that it's whitehouse.gov. Can you see that? Now this is the United States White House website, and we are saying that this platform is built using WordPress. And we are not joking, because it's true. Okay, so you can find out what platform a website is using. Okay, but sorry, let me quickly okay, so I'll be back, please. I'll be back to that. So now let's continue with the cons. In as much as we say we have pros are like the good side of it, isn't it? Yeah, the advantage, that is all the possibilities, the good side of a platform. So now we also have its challenges. Now these are the cons aspect of it, and the likely issues we are going to have, okay, at the process of using this platform to develop websites. Okay, so the first thing on our list here is security concern. This is a very, very big issue, even up to the present day. Now, just like we agreed earlier, we said WordPress power more than 75% of websites that are hosted on the cyberspace, so it is also frequently targeted by hackers. Okay, so hackers are looking for a better way, a simpler way, an easier way of hacking any kind of WordPress website, and they are working really, really hard, looking for the best technology to use, okay, and to do that. And some of them are having their ways, okay. So it means as a WordPress developer, you really need to have at least a glimpse, an idea of how this hacking process work, isn't it? If you hear what the head boy said, he said at times you might need to like leave your comfort zone, like to do something, isn't it? Yeah, to do something. Yeah, not necessarily evil, but to simplify the process for yourself. I don't know if you remember when you heard him speaking. Yeah, so to simplify the process for yourself. Hacking itself is not a bad thing, it's a good thing, but it's just that some persons turn themselves to what they call black hat hacker. Okay, we have white hat hackers and we have the black hat hackers. So the black hat hackers are the people that take advantage of others, the knowledge they have about the internet or whatever knowledge they have over the other people, and they just take over their platform. So now, for example, for somebody just hack somebody's Facebook account and start asking people for money. Now, because he knows how to hack Facebook accounts, maybe, and he just start using that to defraud people. So that is a very bad thing to do. And that's not what we are in for, okay? Now, even if we know how to hack a Facebook account, for example, it should be for educational purpose, so that we could educate others how to prevent other people from hacking their Facebook account. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Now, as a cybersecurity expert, companies are going to value you so much. You know why? Because they want you to be behind their brands. Their brands are like their already existing and established business. And they don't want, for any reason, anybody to just come up tomorrow and take over their business because the person knows how to hack. So now, whenever you have a cybersecurity expert behind you as a company, you'll be able to protect your business. Okay. Now, I'll give you an example of recently, I think last year or something, DSTV was hacked, isn't it? Where GoTV people were watching. I think I watched free for also. Like people were just watching. You can watch, good. You can watch any channel of your choice, and that happened for just, I don't know how long. Yours, I think mine was like 24 hours. Thank you. So now, if they don't have cybersecurity expert, for example, it's going to be continuous. In fact, it's going to be continuously, and they are going to be out of business. Now, if you know GoTV or DSTV very well, if you are their subscribers, you know what I'm talking about. They don't give you 1 day free. Those people, they are very stingy. Yeah, so they don't give you any day free. So they are just like, no. If you know about TSTV very well, you don't have time for. Yeah, so that is it. So, and people say, well, let's look for a way of hacking them. And some skilled people, I don't know them, decided to hack. And when they hacked, they took control of the platform. And then over time again, the cybersecurity expert, who is also a hacker probably, or team of hackers, they came together and they feel that they have a superior knowledge, okay, and they decided to like resecure the platform again and took a better grip of the system. So now you see, if they don't have these people around there, they're going to be stranded, okay, begging to pay ransom. There are cyber fraud going on, like this normal kidnapping people do. Somebody will just come over to your site, take over your site, and give you a call and say, look, you have taken over your site. You see that these transactions are never possible on your site anymore. And then this is just like 10 million away. So if you pay the 10 million, I know that this site make you more than 1 million a day. So you can imagine what you are going to lose. So if you just send us 10 million naira, we will relinquish the site back to you. But for now, we are in charge, and you are going to work with our terms. Now at that point, is either you look for a way of having it back your own way, or you pay the 10 million naira. But even if you pay the 10 million naira, there's no guarantee that you're going to have it back. And even if you have it back, there's no guarantee that those people cannot take over again. So that is it. So, for this security issue, my own recommendation is that prevent it from happening. They say prevention is better than cure. So do whatever it takes to prevent somebody from taking over any platform you have created. Because whenever it happens, you are going to be the first culprits. Let's assume that you built Jumia. This Jumia that is making a lot of money right now. Let's say you are the developer that created a platform and you built it for an individual, and all of a sudden, over the night, something just happened and no transaction is working there anymore. And the person call you and say, look, what's going on? I noticed that nobody can use the platform anymore. And you say, I don't know. You know, it will become a legal issue, right? Because why won't you know? You know, you have the password, you have access, even if you have handed over, you know. So make sure you fortify whatever platform you create for your clients to avoid legal issue, because obviously it's going to land you into real trouble. Okay, so and as you proceed in this training, you are going to know more about how to secure this platform. Finally, under this security concern, now a lot of people can use these hacking tactics to take control, not just website. They can take control of your company if care is not taken. Okay, they can take control of your cell phone, they can take control of your computer. Okay, now do you know what it means when somebody take control of your computer, you know, or take control of your cell phone? Okay, so that is going to be really, really disastrous. You know, when somebody send you a phishing link, you know, they call it phishing email or phishing attack. Okay, now the way it works is that you clone. For example, you just clone a website, you know, and with some software, cloning website are easy. It's just a click. So, and it means it automatically generated a copy of Facebook and sent to someone as a link. Now, whenever somebody click on that link and goes to Facebook as if he wants to log in to Facebook. Now, you know, when you hear that somebody's Facebook account was hacked or has been hacked, it's not that they have hacked Facebook. It's not Facebook. Personally, I don't believe that anybody can hack Facebook right now, because Facebook is a multi-billion-naira company that have their satellite in the space. They have a lot of crazy engineers managing the platform. So it's not going to be very easy for just one apprentice hacker to just come and hack the platform that is hacking Facebook accounts. No, what they are doing is that they generate what they call phishing links, okay, and they clone Facebook. It's actually a fake cloning. It's not a real cloning, okay. Now, whenever you click on that link, it takes you to Facebook, but that is not the real Facebook, okay. But the thing is that it's still connected to the real Facebook, and whenever you use that link to log in using your real username and your password, automatically whatever you use to log in is sent to them, okay. Whether they send you a Gmail link and they say, look, this is the link to confirm whatever they are saying, then if you click on it, then the login password to that your email is sent to them. Then if they say it's about bank, you know, and they say, okay, this is the link, follow this link, and you use that link to log in to your bank online banking platform, whatever it is, whatever login you have is sent to them, okay, and they call it phishing attack, okay. Now we have different kind of attack. We have what they call the man in the middle attack. We have the phishing attack. There are so many, okay. Now use that phishing attack and they log in, and whenever they are in, of course, you know what will happen. So somebody could like take total control of your cell phone, and let's say you are somewhere in Lagos and the person is here, or you are somewhere in the United States, you know, going about your life, and the person who is hacking you is right here, and for whatever communication that happen between people, and he send you something and you click on it, a software is automatically installed on your phone, and that software runs forever so long as the phone exists, so long as you keep using that phone. The only thing that can separate you and that software is when you flash your phone, then you are delivered, okay, at that moment. Then whenever he send the link again and you mistakenly click on it, you still be under attack. Now some spouses use this against themselves, you know, like they just send somebody link or they pay somebody to do that, and whenever the other partner click on it for any reason, then that phone is under attack. Whenever the partner receive call, the other person will have the call to download and listen to. Whenever she has a WhatsApp message, the other person can also read the message, but it's just that she have no idea whatsoever, okay. And she will never find out until when she is told, or maybe something happened. Just, I don't think she can find out. In my own opinion, she can never find out except if she have a knowledge of that. Now this is very possible. I've seen it. I was not told, you know, like I've seen it at work, you know, like You know, I can do it as a matter of fact. So it's very simple. And the thing is that it's so crazy because whenever you do it to anybody, that person is finished. It's finished because except you don't want to harm the person. Otherwise, you can do anything. Whenever the person receive OTP, you receive it too. All right. Whenever the person receive a text message, you receive it. Yeah, you receive a Gmail message. You receive a hi on WhatsApp or anything, you know, you also receive too. So crazy. So now this cyber security, security concern is a very, very serious thing to do. Okay, so it means I will strongly recommend that take your time to learn cyber security. Of course, you know, it's not part of this class, so there's limit to how I can go, isn't it? Now, so take your time to learn cyber security. Now, don't feel it's bad to learn cyber security. It is a good thing because it will go a long way to even protect you yourself. Okay, take your time to learn it. Now, there's a skill they call ethical hacking. Have you heard of it? Ethical hacking. You know, for you to know that it's legitimate. Okay, so it's just that the thing is, please learn to use whatever skill you have gotten from any hacking class. Just use it judiciously. Now you can imagine this kind of information, whenever you get to the hand of the wrong person, it's going to be disastrous, right? The person is going to go about, you know, like stealing people's money because obviously it's possible, right? Because, you know, when you talk about OTP, the person cannot receive OTP. And you are receiving OTP, like, you know, when they say the platform, so you have to call somebody. In fact, it means even the hacker that call you for OTP, they are still outdated hackers, okay? So you can see. So now, so so computer programming language is so crazy. You know, this thing they work with code. That's why I was saying that learning how to code is good. It's just that some people cannot just start doing that because you have so much responsibility. When you start doing this 6 months, you have not made a dime and you are learning as an adult who has family, you have children, you know, and you say you are learning code and you have not gotten 1 naira from it yet, you know, you get weird out. So, and that is it. So now this platform is going to help you to start. If you have the dream of start making money immediately, then it means like from next week, for next 2 weeks, you start making money if you want to do it. Okay, so and that's why we are teaching this, and this is durable. Okay, so now the next challenge we have is third-party content. Third-party content. You see, most of these plugin developers, they are third parties. Okay, and most of these plugin that they develop are buggy. All right, now when if you are into coding, when they say a software is buggy, it means that software is not properly coded, or maybe the software is malfunctioning. All right, maybe you didn't optimize the code properly and something is just wrong. Okay, so and whenever you install such software to your WordPress website, for example, such plugin to your WordPress website, it may just break the website. Okay, the website will just disappear, or something start malfunctioning on your website. Now, I give you an example of some of the people that are likely going to face this issue are people that patronize what they call null softwares. You know, when a software is sold for 50,000 naira, and you know that there's no way to get the software for free, and you go online and hear somebody telling you that click on this link, I'll give you the software for free. You know, and you use the software to develop a website for clients, and maybe is the payment aspect of it, and you notice that whenever the payment is done, remember everything is working fine. Okay, and whenever the payment is done, it's just that the client does not receive the payment. You know, the payment is gone. You know, like they keep making payments, but nothing is happening. You know, whatever they are paying for is going to be delivered to them, but it's just that the rightful owner of the money will not get it. You see, this software is because we want to get free things, like things that are supposed to be premium, we want to get it for free. So I recommend that if you don't want to fall into this kind of issue, go with a paid plugin. That is, don't try to get premium plugin for free. Don't try to do that. Yeah, you may go scot-free because everything works fine for you, but at times you may run out of luck. Okay? In fact, most of the times you are likely going to run out of luck by doing that. So now the next one here is page load time. Now let me read this out so that you hear. If you have too many plugins, your site may become slow. Alright? So now this one is very important. A typical WordPress website should not have more than 15 plugins. Are we together? Now, because the more plugins you have, the more feature that website is going to have. Okay? But that's the good news, right? But the issue now is that the more feature the website have, the more slow it will become. It means the website is going to get overloaded. If a website has so many features that are not, that's why they say any business you are doing, they say be niche. Have you heard of niche before? They say pick your niche. Niche is just like you can't be doing everything at the same time. Just be specific. Try to carve out your audience, people you are talking to, So try to carve out your audience. Now let me give you a closer example of what I'm saying. If you are a health practitioner, for example, and okay, let's say you are a fitness coach, okay, and you're also a doctor. Yes, you do this. So, but the thing is that if you are so versatile, you tend to confuse your audience. Just pick a niche. I don't know, I'm not accurate in what I'm saying, but I want to just believe that you understand the message. Okay? Yeah, this might be the wrong example to use, but I want to believe that you understand the message I'm trying to pass. Now, the idea is that don't be talking to everybody. Talk to just some concise group of persons. Okay? Yeah, so don't be doing everything. Now, we have some persons that have come to us in time past, and they say, look, I want to start blogging, and my wife has a shop. Okay, so I will really want her to start selling on that blog. All right. So now, also I'm planning to do real estate. This thing I'm telling you, I'm not trying to fake some talk. Somebody told me this for real. Okay. Now I want to start real estate. Then I sell computers. Okay, so make sure that the e-commerce functionality is in this website. Now, Headboy was in the office when the guy came. So, and the guy was a previous student actually. So now when he came, and he was saying all of this, and he brought out a chart. Now I call it a chart because it's such a long scroll of books. So because he opened it and he outlined there what he wanted to achieve with just one website. And I say, well, first of all, everybody told him that the person that designed this, I think the person must have smoked weed or something, because it doesn't make sense. Like that guy wanted to achieve almost, I think from what I saw there that time, was like almost more than 50 items. And these things are not small things. They're like, they should make like up to more than 20 websites already. Like 20 different websites already. And he wants it on just one website. And the real aim of that website was real estate. That was the real aim of that website. But he started from blogging, to this, and all of that. So I can't say here, I say you should just calm down. When he finished, I finished listening to him, and I said, well, whatever you want is possible. Okay? Now, I'm going to charge you an amount of money. If you're able to pay that amount, then I will personally do it for you. In fact, I will even ask you if you need other features to be added. But let me cancel you. You see, this thing you have just brought before us now, it is already enough to design more than 20 sites sincerely. This is no exaggeration. So what you need to do, in my own opinion, is for you to really figure out what you want to do. Okay? Now, if you're able to figure out what you want to do, then you will say, okay, this is exactly what I want to achieve. Then let's focus on that and achieve it for you. Then if you want any other thing subsequently, you can do that. Now, I'm explaining that because of this one. They say, WordPress originally is very, very light. Okay, a typical WordPress website, the weight is just like 150 megabytes. You can see how small it is. 150 megabytes. So now, you doing that, it means your website is likely going to be up to 5 gigabytes. Yes, and this guy insisted, and I built a website. Okay, now when we build a website, but I want to keep his privacy, otherwise I would have loaded the website here. Now, when we're discussing about that website, somebody that was in the office that time say, this website, if you click on it, you go and cook indomie, and the indomie will be, in fact, the indomie will be done. You eat the indomie, you come back, it's still loading, because it's just scrolling. It's not making any sense. Now, I wonder who will visit that kind of website and have the patience to remain there. These days, attention span of people are very, very short. Have you ever seen people watching movie before? These people are likely, before people get satisfied with movie these days, it's very hard. But before, you see black and white movie, you are excited, but so it's for you to know that the generation we are right now is not that kind of generation anymore. So there's no patience for anybody to do that. So any website you are creating should be very, 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 very light. Yes, sir.
I want to ask, if for instance your business have various items, like what length of what number of items are there?
Okay, now obviously you can do whatever you want to do, but it's just that it is recommended that be considerate, so that the plugins you should have. Now, I've worked for a company here in Abuja that have almost 150 plugins installed on their website. When I saw it, I say, wow. So the first thing I submitted to do for them is called plugin auditing. Okay, I said, look, we need to audit this plugin to know which one is important and which one is not important. Let's take them off, because that is one of the problems we are likely having, because I was hired, to handle that. And I noticed that when I was going through their back end, that was the first thing I identified. Okay, or yes, I understand they are into so many things, but some of these plugins, one, handle more than 20 functionality. So why don't you go for that plugin instead of getting plugin that does one things? I don't know if you understand what I mean. In WordPress, there are some one plugin that handle more than 10. That is, when it's installed, it covers for more than 10 plugins in total. And it's very light. So instead of getting 10 different plugins that will do that thing, why not get just one plugin that will handle the rest? So if you have knowledge of some of these things, you are likely going to have just very few plugins doing so many things. Okay, I'm going to introduce you to some of those plugins in the course of this training. Now, but the thing is that if you have so much to do and you really need to do them, then you will need a caching plugin. Look at it. They say installing a caching plugin can usually solve this problem. All right. So it means, what is the function of a caching plugin? The caching plugin will, your website is heavy because you install a lot of plugins, so it's likely going to be slow, right? Okay, so now a caching plugin is going to create a duplicate copy of your website on the person's browser. So it means the first time that the person load that website, the website will be slow. But the next time the person come again, it's going to be very, very fast. The reason is that a copy of that website is stored in the person's browser. So even with or without internet, the person can still browse your website. And remember, don't get me wrong. Now, any person who has not previously browsed the website cannot have access until when the person have internet. But if the person eventually load your website once, it's going to browse through your web page even when internet is fluctuating, or maybe if your website is too heavy and is acting up, it's not loading fast. So it's going to be faster and subsequently because of the caching plugin. That is, if you have reason for doing what we have said, then it means you should consider using a caching plugin. Does that answer your question, sir? Okay. And it gets slow. Then use the caching plugin to fasten it. Yes. Mhm. That is if you must keep them. If you must continue using them. All right, so let's continue. Now, just a way of summary, we have really spoken about the history of WordPress, how it all started, and all of that, the pros and cons, and all the possibilities that are there with WordPress. So finally, before we conclude this section, let's talk about plugins and themes. What is plugin? We have been mentioning plugin. Plugin is just a piece of software that extend the functionality of a website. We say plugins are pieces of software that extend the functionality of a website. Okay, now let's assume that you have a client that wants you to design a church website. Okay, now remember you have started designing the church website, and all of a sudden he came up again, and maybe after you are done with the design, he said, fantastic, this is good. All right, you have really done a great job, but this is not all. You need to add for me 3 more features. Don't worry, I'm going to pay you. Okay, so don't bother yourself about the money. Okay, I'm interested in this feature and I need you to put them. 1, I want to receive online payments. You see, I have some member in the United States, I have them in Canada, and they have been asking me, you see, which platform am I going to pay you? Like, I want to be paying my tithe and offering, like that, through electronic means. So I want you to integrate that feature to this church website. That is 1. Now the next one is that I want to go live so that anybody anywhere will see me. All right, so that's another feature. Don't worry about the money, just do it, I will pay you. Okay, now the next one is that I have a lot of people who have been blessed from the message, and I preach. So, and they want to share their testimony, and they are in different countries. So, and we don't have some representative there. So, I want you to create a feature on this website where they can come and share their testimony right on this website. Wow. So it means you have 3 features, and the person is telling you that don't bother about the money. Okay, I'm going to pay you. So it's left for you to add those features and get paid. Now the next thing you need to think about is start thinking about what plugin am I going to use. I'm trying to use this scenario to explain to you what a plugin is. All right, so it means a plugin is a piece of software that adds extra features and functionality to your WordPress website. So now whenever you have such demands, now you start thinking, I'm going to get an online payment plugin. Are we there? I want to, that is for the tithe and offering now. Now, I also want to have a live plugin, when somebody, that will enable somebody to go live. Now, also, I'm going to create a custom design, or maybe need a plugin that will enable me to put that feature that somebody will come and share testimony, and the testimony is going to be live on the church website. And you start researching, which plugin am I going to use? All right, and I'll show you how to research for plugin and how to make your decision on what plugin to finally use. So I want to believe that you understand what plugin is right now. So it means any feature that is demanded, there's a plugin for it, isn't it? Yes. If a church say, or if a client say, look, I want photo gallery, we have photos. Okay, so I want photo to be sliding. So what you should be thinking about is how to get a photo gallery plugin. I need a contact form where somebody will just fill the form and I will have it as a mail on my own end. It means you need a contact form plugin. I believe that is self-explanatory already. Okay, let's move to the next one, which is a theme. Okay, now what is a WordPress theme? A WordPress theme is just like the appearance of your website. Okay, the appearance of your website. I want you to look at this theme as just like a clothing that a website is putting on. All right, remember, when you are putting on a nice clothing, you are going to look very special and clean and neat, and people are going to like you, right? Yes, you can imagine somebody who is putting on suit, well suited and looking very smart and sharp. So that person is going to be regarded as a corporate man, okay, who is looking very smart and sharp. Okay, it's not shabby, it's not bushy, and all of that. So it has a nice look, all right. So it means for any website that have a nice theme, that website is going to look very professional, isn't it? Yes. But there are some websites that are using very very skeletal theme, outdated, not properly designed, not well coded. Such kind of websites are going to obviously look very primitive and outdated. So now it means the kind of theme you are using is going to determine the notion or the impression of people about your website. Now, if you visit jumia.com.ng, which is an e-commerce website, you don't need anybody to explain to you that they are into buying and selling. Are we together? The reason is very simple. Now, by the first look, you notice that the design, the build-up of the site, and how the items are showcased, you notice that this is an e-commerce website. If you visit a barbershop website, you also know, isn't it? Yes. Now, you know for sure that websites are not the same. If I visit one website now, three websites now, you notice that the makeup are completely different. The reason is that they are using different themes. If two websites are using the same kind of theme, they are likely going to be looking similar. So it means your choice of theme to use will go a long way to affect the look of your website. Alright? So it means the idea I want you to take from this is anytime you have a web project to do, you must think about what theme am I going to use. And there are different themes out there. In fact, many themes out there. So it means if you have an e-commerce project to do, you need to go and get an e-commerce theme, isn't it? If you are paid to or you are asked to design a hotel booking website, then you need to go get hotel booking theme. All right. Now, if you are asked to do a barber shop website, you need to go and get a barber theme, like barber theme for websites. So, and as you proceed in this training, you are going to know more about what I'm talking about. So, now this is the first session of this training, and like I said, I have 10 modules in total. Look at them, and this is what we are expected to cover for this training, and this is going to be between today and tomorrow. So it means on average we can cover up to 5 of these, and the rest are going to be left for tomorrow. Now I just finished one. Are we there? All right. So now let's proceed. Let's move to the next one. But before I move to the next one, which is point number 2, which is module 2 on our agenda, I really appreciate your question. If you have any question, just ask briefly before we proceed. Okay. Okay. Yeah, like I say, phone is just like the theme is just like the appearance, the framework, the layout, of your site. The framework, the build-up of your site is the theme. Now, as we proceed, you will see for yourself. You have a clearer understanding of what I'm saying. Yeah, you might not really get it full from now, but as we proceed, you will see clearly for yourself. Okay. All right. So now let's proceed. The next thing here is basic requirement for developing a website. Now this promised to be very short, okay, and we'll move to the next one. So basic requirements for us to develop a website. This is very simple. We have just 2 basic non-negotiable requirements. They're actually non-negotiable because without them you can't design a website. Okay. Remember when we were going through this the pros of WordPress, and we say it's low budget. Let me take you back to it. Can you see this one? And they say what? whatever that small amount you are paying is for what? Your domain name and web hosting service. Good. So I return back here, and we say basic requirement for you to develop a website is what? Your domain name and web hosting. Very basic, and they're actually non-negotiable because you must have them. Okay. Now let's take them one after the other. Domain name and web hosting. I'll start with domain name. Now, domain name is just like the address of your website. Now, you can imagine if you want to visit Google right now, what are you going to type? Google.com. So, Google.com is a domain name for Google. All right. So, every website have their address, just like your house have an address. Now, if you want to visit a friend right now, okay, and you probably have never been to the friend's house, all you need is just the address, right, of the where the person is staying. And whenever the person forward the address to you, and you carefully follow through that address, you are likely going to be, in fact, you are definitely going to be in the person's house, even if you have never been there before. So that's the same way, that's how it applies to the internet. Okay, if I don't have your website address and I eventually have the correct address, I'm going to be able to visit your website. So why do we need domain name? We need domain name because it is only through the domain name that somebody can visit our site. We don't just intend to build sites, because we intend to build sites for people to visit the site and probably patronize the product we are selling, all right, or the services we are rendering, or whatever it is, all right. So, and that is the reason why we build sites. So it means for your website to be accessible online, you will need a domain name. And we say domain name is simply the address of your website. If I want to visit Facebook, I will type facebook.com, and that becomes a domain name. You see, when I was trying to visit this White House website, I type in the address, right? And if I don't have the correct, let me say I put .com, it will not work, because the domain name extension they are using is not .com, it's .gov. It's more like a government website, isn't it? Yes. So it means if I have the right address, which is this one, all right, this is the domain name we are talking about. As simple as that. Now, for you to have your website, you need your own domain name. Okay? You need your own domain name. So now it means if you have your own website, you must have purchased your own domain name. And without your domain name, people will be able to visit your website. Now, without that domain name, that website of yours is not going to be it's not going to be live in the first place. And nobody will be able to visit that website. It means the reason why you are building the website is not even achieved in the first place, isn't it? Because nobody is seeing it. Are we together? Nobody is seeing it. All right, so it means we need domain name. Okay, it's non-negotiable. Now the next one now is web hosting. Okay, sorry, I'll answer your question, please, but just give me time. So now the next thing is web hosting. Now, what is web hosting? Simple. Web hosting is like renting a space online to put your website there for the purpose of everybody visiting your website. Now, you know that word. Web hosting is like you renting a space online, okay, to put your website there for the purpose of global accessibility. You want people, anybody in China, somebody in Italy, somebody in Germany, people in the United States, people in India, and even your colleague here in Nigeria should be able to see that website you have designed. It means any website that is not hosted cannot be seen. Are we together? Now, your website must be hosted, for it to be seen. Now, let me give you a clearer example. I have a music file in my phone. Of course, only me will be seeing it, isn't it? Yes. But if I post that music file to Facebook, it means anybody who have a link to that music file could be able to download it from Facebook or access it, or at least listen to it, isn't it? Yes, because Facebook now have acted as a host where the website, the file is transfer from my phone to online, and it becomes globally accessible, for anybody to be able to see or access. So now, traditionally, or what happened in real life is that if you build your website, it's going to just be there in your computer. And if not that I'm projecting my screen, you don't be able to see anything. Only me will be seeing the website. Although the website is properly designed and is professionally built, and I'm happy about it. But the issue is that somebody who is even in the next office cannot see it, cannot access it. Now, all I need to do for my website to be online, I will just rent a space online. Now move the website from my computer to that space I've rented. And once my website is there, anybody that have the address of that website, whether the person is in London, is in the UK, is in the United States, is in Italy, is in Germany, the person can just, visit my site. Are we okay with that? It's very clear. All right. So that means if you don't have a web hosting, yes, you have built your site, but nobody can see it. If you don't have a domain name, yes, maybe you have built your site, but nobody can visit it. Okay, so those are two non-negotiable requirements. It means today, if you have a client today, and the client say, how do we get this project started? One of the things you are going to charge the client, although you don't necessarily need to explain to the client, bit by bit, except if the client asks you to submit quotation. All right, so the quotation can explain those process or whatever you need step by step. But cumulatively, you could just charge the client. And whatever you're charging the client, all of these bills are already embedded inside of it, okay? And these things are not costly. The two requirements which we say domain name and web hosting are so very cheap. If you are very serious about getting your website or developing your website, it's very, 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 very cheap. All right. So now that is all about number 2. Let's move to number 3. How to register a domain name and web hosting. We need to know, right, how to do it by ourselves, even if we want to do this as a personal project or if we want to do it for clients. Okay, so how do we do it? Now we need to be practical about this one. Now I will go to our browser. Now this is a step I'm about to explain to you. If you are writing, please write it down, okay? And if you are following me with your computer, maybe, then you can do that. Now the first thing you need to do is to type amadursofficial.com. Okay, now before I do this, you should know that we're trying to talk about how to buy domain name and web hosting. There are a lot of companies out there online that sell this domain name and web hosting. Okay, so and these companies, they are so many. Okay, but one of these companies is Amadors Hosting. Okay, and we are recommending this Amadors Hosting because what? AMADURS without space, okay? Then hosting is HOSTING.com. All right, so and that is it. So now there are a lot of companies online that sell domain name and web hosting, but over time we have heard students complaining about they bought web hosting from clients outside this country, and whenever they run into technical issues, they don't get support. Or whenever they are chatting up the support system, no response, nobody attend to them. And it's just there, because you can't see these people physically. You have already paid your money to them, and nothing seems to be happening. So a lot of complaints. So this platform decided to come up with an Amadors hosting, and this hosting, the reason why we recommend that you patronize this hosting is because anytime you run into issue, you have people to talk to, like real people to talk to. All right, now before now you communicated maybe with 1 or 2 numbers before you came for this training, right? So let's say you purchase this hosting and you are using this hosting to your for your website, and you run into issue. Of course, these technical things, 1 or 2 times you are likely going to run into issues. All right, and whenever you have such kind of issue, it's fixed immediately. Okay, but if you purchase from some of these people, you are likely not going to have that kind of support, and that is the issue. That has been the issue before now. Okay, so so this recommended hosting that we just said is in-house. Okay, and we recommend this for you to use because it's cheap, it's fast, and it's reliable. Okay, and the support is amazing. So you can try it out if you want. Okay, so now the process. Remember, we are trying to um, know how to register for domain name and web hosting. So let's do that. Step 1, just in case you are writing. Okay, go to your browser and type amadursofficial.com. All right. Now Amadurs is spelled AMADURS hosting, that is without space, .com. All right. Now if you type it correctly, you should be seeing this interface. amadursofficial.com. Are we there? All right. So now if you do that, if you are visiting from phone, it's going to look like this. Sorry, just excuse me. If you are visiting from your mobile phone, maybe it's going to look like this. Okay, now at that point, you will need to click on this hamburger icon and the menu will drop down. Okay, can you see this? Now, even if you are visiting from a tablet, it might just look like this. Okay, now the same process, in order to see the menu, you click on this icon and you have them like this. Now, because I'm in the computer, look at them here. Okay, so the next, I say the first step is for you to go to amadursofficial.com. Now you are here. The next thing is for you to hover your mouse under this hosting and you see shared hosting. Can you see? Are we there? So click on this shared hosting. Alright, so if you click on that share hosting, we'll be taken to this interface and I'll scroll up. And when I scroll up, I have 4 different plans here. Are we there? Now, I just want to take my time to explain each of these plans before you take your decision. I quite understand that most of us here, you have made up your mind to do 1 or 2 things, okay? But because maybe probably you don't really know how to go about them, and you have come to this place, this training, to acquire some skills so that you get started almost immediately, okay? And you are likely going to want to buy your hosting to start your project immediately, or maybe you have been procrastinating for a long time now, and because from this training you are pumped up, okay, you have a lot of passion to get started immediately, okay. And so if you are in that category, just get ready. If I finish explaining these 4 plans, you might want to start up something immediately. If you're in that category, just get ready, so that I'm going to call, so that if you are interested in buying, you can buy right here in the class, and we are going to use your account to demonstrate. All right. So I'll start with the first one. We have 4 different plans here. Now the first one is called the starter plan. All right. Now if you read through this, you see that this is for entry level web hosting plan if you are just starting out. Okay. Now this is like someone who have no idea, how to develop a website, but is here in this training and he say, look, okay, I just want to, I'll try it out. Let me see what is in it. Okay. It's just like testing the water to see how good it is, okay, or whatever. So now, the first item here on the features of this plan is hosting for 1 website. Can we see? Hosting for 1 website. So that means you are purchasing this plan if you are having plan to just have 1 website at the moment. All right, 1 website at the moment. Now that means if you have plan of getting up to 5 different websites almost at once, then this will be the wrong plan for you. Okay, so because you want to prevent yourself from buying individually 5 times. It's like you want to build 5 websites instead of taking advantage of the plan that have multiple opportunity. You are buying, one in 5 places. Okay, and that is going to be more expensive. So now this one, you just need to start your website. Now, I recommend this plan for people who are just starting out because you want to test how things work. Okay, and you can just use this plan to start up, which is fine. Now the next thing here is 10 gigabyte SSD retain storage. Are we together, please? Hello? Are we tired? Don't worry, we'll soon go on break, okay? So, but we really need to finish what we are saying before we go on break, okay? So I just need your patience. Let's proceed. Now the next one is 10 gigabyte SSD retain storage. Now, this you are given 10 gigabyte storage space to host your website. Remember when I started, I say hosting is renting an online space for you to move in your website for the purpose of that website being globally accessible, isn't it? Yes. So now the space they are giving to you for this plan is 10 gigabytes. And I also told us earlier, because just in case somebody is thinking, why are they just giving us 10 gigabyte? Why not 100 gig? Why not 1 terabyte? So because you are paying money for it, 10 gigabytes is already enough space. Because I told us earlier that a typical WordPress website is just like 150 MB, isn't it? Yes. You remember I mentioned that? Yes. So it means you can imagine a 150 MB or approximately 200 MB file in a 10 gigabyte space. It's as if there's nothing in it, right? Yeah, so that is it. So it's enough space already. Now the next one is the next thing we need to talk about is this the technology behind this hosting. There are a lot of fake hosting out there, and there are a few good ones, okay, but dominated with fake hosting. Now there are things that make hosting fake. Okay, now they are all hosting, right? It's just that one has advantage over the other one. Now in Nigeria here, I've seen a lot of I started using hosting that are not Nigerian based. That was how I started, and then with my own experience, I noticed that most of these hosting for, I mean, the ones internationally, they are very, very expensive. Very expensive. And some of the hosting in Nigeria are just very cheap. You can imagine somebody giving out hosting for 5,000. Like 5,000 for the whole year. It doesn't make sense. That is crazy. When we started, I was telling you about somebody doing yes for the whole year. So, and I told you a story of somebody who was doing a website for people for 15,000. And I say, please don't go that route. Okay? Yeah, there are people like that, but don't be involved in that, because you are going to have big problem that 50,000 cannot even solve. Okay? So you are likely going to eventually use your own money to foot that project. Okay? Because you took yourself into that. So now, this hosting you are seeing here, to identify fake hosting and real hosting is very simple. The technology behind them. There are some hosting that operate with HDD technology, and there are hosting that operate with SSD technology. Now, if you know about these technologies very well, you will notice that the latest technology right now is the SSD technology. The HDD technology is the olden day technology, although before it used to be the best, isn't it? I don't know if you remember back then, when when TV were just coming up, and you saw one black and white with a bit flat screen, and people are excited. People are excited because at that time, that is the only technology that is available, right? Now, eventually, we started hearing of a plasma TV, and that is like a crazy technology coming up. And people were like trying to buy it, but eventually, we now notice that there's what we call smart TV. You can't even compare the normal flat screen TV with smart TV right now, because smart TV have a lot of features that your phone has. You can even browse with it, although they are expensive. Okay, but the truth is, if you want to choose, you will likely go for smart TV. But the only thing that might restrict you is the cost, isn't it? Yes, but you obviously know that you can't compare the other one with this smart TV because it's the latest technology. So don't get me wrong, the HDD technology used to be the best technology that time, but not now anymore. All right, because now we have the SSD technology, which is the fastest technology for now. Now, who knows? Maybe tomorrow another technology will come up and SSD become the outdated technology. So now, for you to spot a fake hosting or hostings that is not good enough, let me not use the word fake hosting, please. Let me use the word hosting that is not good enough. Okay. Now, those are the ones using HDD technology. Now, if you know about this hard disk very well, let me show you. Okay, if you know about hard disk, or if you have one, or if you know hardware shop where they sell hard disk. Okay, now if you go to buy hard disk, ask them to give you the same hard disk, the same capacity, but one should be HDD and another one should be SSD. You understand what I'm talking about? Okay, yes. Now remember, let's say this one is 1 terabyte and the other one is also 1 terabyte. Now they are the same weight, made by the same company, all right, have the same look. Obviously, when you mix them, nobody knows the difference. But the one that is HDD technology might be sold for 30,000 naira, okay, and the one for SSD might go for 100,000 naira. You can see the difference, okay, but the weight is the same, the size is the same, the capacity is also the same. So, but it's just that the technology behind them are completely different. So, the one that is SSD is sold for 100,000 naira, and the one that is HDD is sold for maybe just 20 or 25,000 naira. So, and you see that you will be able to see the difference in their performance. Let's assume that we want to copy a 100 gigabyte file into the both of them from the same computer. All right, remember the same computer have the same processor, right? Now you slot this one in, slot this one in, at the same time send in the 100 gigabyte file into them simultaneously, and you find out that within 2 minutes the one that uses SSD technology has completed the task, and the other one is taking maybe 5 hours remaining. You know, it's still sluggishly going in, although most of us want to patronize what is cheap, or maybe that's the resources we have right now. Okay, but you see that it's taking so much time to copy that. But if you really want to do that, then within 1 or 2 minutes, that 100 gig file is copied completely without error into the storage space. So now that means that the technology behind them is completely different. Now, a better way of explaining this, consider Bluetooth and Xender. All right. Now, somebody taking a bicycle to travel to Lagos and somebody who is using flights to go to Lagos. Remember, they will definitely reach, right? Yes, that's the truth. But the thing is that it's going to be more stressful for that guy that is cycling to Lagos, and the other guy who is just boarding a plane. As a matter of fact, it's a couple of few minutes he'll be there. Not even up to an hour. He'll be there in Lagos, and that is it. So now, the technology behind this stuff differs. Gone are those days that hostings should be using HDD, now SSD, and the reason is that the attention span these days are very, 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 very low. So somebody does not have that patience, to keep waiting for a website to load. Okay, and that is it. So you can see that the latest technology behind this hosting, and that is the reason why we recommend this hosting. Okay, now the next one is 10 gigabyte SSD retain storage, bandwidth per month. All right, now how does it work, this one? Now if you have up to this, approximately This hosting can take more than 10,000 visitors at the same time. Perfectly. 10,000 visitors at the same time working, and it will work perfectly. Now you can imagine if you are asked to build a website like Empower website, and you went and bought this hosting. That's the wrong plan, right? The reason is that, we are trying to explain this so that you know which one is for you, whether you should buy this one, or this one, or this one. So make sure that you just get this thing right, okay? So if you buy this one for a government website, that will be an error, because let's say you build a government job portal. When they open the recruitment for Nigerian Army short service, Nigeria have a lot of graduates that are looking for job, and they say the portal is closing tomorrow, and somebody say, wow, I must register today, and more than 10 million persons are on that website at the same time. It will crash. This is not the right plan for such a thing. So if you have that kind of robust project, of course they're going to pay you millions, right? That is it. So you should take advantage of this one, or maybe this one, or this one. It's far better. In fact, this one is the ideal thing to go, all right? Because you don't want to design a project for government or for a company, and you are required to come and redo it. You are not going to be paid extra money because your project failed, isn't it? And that is it. So don't give people reason why they should doubt you. So always recommend the best tools for them to use. Don't go for the cheapest one because you don't want them to spend money. No. Now recommend what is best and what is better for them. And even if they turn it down, then they know the risk they are taking. So that whenever anything happens, it is clearly known that your recommendation were completely different. They decided to go for the cheapest one. And they should also put the risk associated with it. All right, so that is it. The next one is 10 email accounts, not 3, please. This is an error. Okay, 10 customized email account. This email account is not like the normal Gmail or Yahoo email. This is like a branded email. Okay, and if you have ever worked in a company where when you were employed, you were asked to not to use your personal email, and automatically immediately a customized email was created for you, and they say, look, in the time of you being here with us, you are going to be using this as your work email. Okay, and if you violate that, they are not going to take that lightly with you, because it's going to be an offense if you use your personal email. You must use your work email. And also, other business correspondents with that company are not going to recognize you if you use your personal email. But when you use a branded company email, you notice that they are going to work more. They are going to work with you. Okay, so that is it. Now you have access. Now with this plan, you have access to 10 of such customized branded email accounts. Now let's assume that you own a small mall, okay, maybe, and you have up to 9 or 8 staff, okay, and you really want the website you are operating, all right, should have an email, customized email for each of your staff. Now this can go for you because you have up to 10, okay. And one of the advantage of having this branded email account is that if you have a company, you'll be able to track what your employees are doing, because you'll be able to visit their email, check their email, even without their notice, and they will never find out, okay? Because whenever you do that, you notice that the person will not know that you have checked their mail, and whenever they themselves visit that mail, it will still be shown as unread message, that kind of a thing. So organizations take advantage of this, and that's the reason why they sack some people without even telling them what they have done. They have done some crazy things, and they don't just want to use that particular thing against them. So they study there for a while, maybe set trap for them and just sack them and let them go, because they are doing some transaction behind the scene that is against maybe the organization policy. All right. So now with this email, the owner of the organization will be able to find out certain things. Now the next one is a subdomain. Two subdomain. is you have access to two subdomain if you are using the starter plan. Now, what is subdomain? Subdomain is just like you creating additional 2 more websites, okay, from the existing domain. Remember, here we say you are only building one website, isn't it? Yeah, so it means you are buying just one domain name. Now, subdomain is going to be like some other 2 children generated from the already existing domain. Remember, I told you that that guy that wanted people to pay him 15,000 to develop website, he said he already have his own domain, and he's going to generate subdomains for people, from his own domain. And I said I was not going to accept that. Okay, but the thing is that you as a company, you can generate several subdomains. Let me give you an example of subdomain. Now, in this platform, we have a website, a website called amadors.com. All right. Now we have amadors.com. This is the main domain, but we created some subdomains from this domain, and they are actually separate websites. So it means from this starter plan, you can create up to 2. I will show you how when we get in, okay? I'll show you how to do that. Now, let me show you a subdomain created from this amadursofficial.com. Now, we have one called pt.amadurs.com. Okay, and I'll tell you what this website is all about. But remember that PT is just the name of the website, and it's bearing the name of the original mother domain, isn't it? The original domain was amadors.com, and we say it's pt.amadors.com. So your own could be shop.amadors.com. It could be school.amadors.com. So whatever you name it, isn't it? Yeah, so that is it. And that was what that guy was trying to say. He said if his own domain name is amadursofficial.com, and you say you want to do anything, whatever it is, he's going to say, okay, that thing dot his own domain name.com, like that. And to me, it doesn't make any sense. And I'm wondering who is going to really work with him. Okay, so, and I'll show you how to create it when we get in, so you don't need to bother yourself. Okay, now the next one here is one-click installation, and they are letting us know that you can install WordPress in just one click. All right, SSL certificate, this one is free. Okay, now, remember when we started, we say one of the issue with WordPress is that security concern, and we say the WordPress could be easily hacked if you are careless about it. And we also say that you should be careful, and know how to protect your platform or the website you are building, so that nobody will be able to hack it so easily, isn't it? So now this is one of this extra security layer that you have for the security of your website. Now this is very important in the security of your website. There are some hosting out there that does not give you free SSL. So it means you need to pay for it. As you are paying for hosting, you are paying separately for SSL certificate. And this is going to be the protector of your website. Okay? Remember we said earlier that the choice of domain name you are making, the choice of web hosting you are making right now is going to directly affect your website in terms of speed, in terms of user experience, in terms of security, in terms of so many factors. So the speed of your website, how reliable your website is, how secure your website is directly tied to what web hosting company you are using. Are we there? So now free SSL certificate is attached to this starter plan. So finally, you also have an unlimited MySQL database. Now, remember I told us that WordPress operates with a database, and the database structure for WordPress is MySQL. So now all of this goes for 1,000 naira per month, and this is actually, in my own opinion, not the real value of it. Okay, I was told that the platform actually negotiated that it must be 1,000 naira. Okay, and so that whoever is really serious about having a website should be able to afford it. So if we say 1,000 naira per month, that means that for 1 year you are paying 12,000 naira, okay, which is pretty affordable enough. All right. Now let's move to the next one. The next one is a premium plan. Now I'm not going to be explaining this separately. I just want to compare them. Okay. Now look at the first one. One site, and here is going to be 3 sites. So you know what it is already. All right. So now instead of 10 gigabyte here, we have 20 gigabyte, and the bandwidth for this one is 10 gigabyte, and this one is unmetered. You see that this one is more advanced than this one, isn't it? Yeah. So now we also have free daily backup. Now don't get this wrong. All of these 4 plans have free daily backup. Okay. Yes, even the first one. So that whenever something go wrong, you can always have a duplicate copy of your site that was previously backed up, maybe the previous day, when nothing has happened yet. Now it means, example, if my website is working fine today and the next 1 week something happened, so what I will simply do, and I can't access the website anymore, so I'll come to my hosting and I will go to the previous day backups and just restore it. Like today nothing happened, it's functioning fine, and tomorrow something happens, so I'll come back to today, the backup for today, and restore it. It's as simple as that. So that is the importance. So this is actually very, very important to beginners, okay, because a lot of issue you are likely going to face. Yes. Yeah, I'll show you how to do that. So now the next one is one-click installation. I already talked about that. Free SSL certificate. Now instead of 10, please, I want you to look at this 3 as 10. Okay. Now the next one here is 30. You see that this one have more capacity than this one. So it means if you are building a website for a school that have 100 staff, and they are telling you that, look, each of these staff should have their own customized email address. So this is going to still be the wrong plan to buy. Okay, you will want to go with this unlimited emails. This is the one that you can generate as much email as you want. All right. So now we are giving this detailed explanation so that you know exactly what you want to do. Now the next one here, instead of 2 subdomains, you have 5 subdomains. This one does not have add-on domains, and this one have up to 3 add-on domain. The next question is, what is add-on domain? Okay, so add-on domains are, remember when we were trying to talk about subdomain, we say subdomain, you are not buying subdomain. You are creating, you are generating for the origin existing domain. Remember we say this one, it was amadors.com, and this one is pt.amadors.com. Nothing was purchased, but for subdomain, look at what will happen. For add-on domain, all you need to do is you are going to purchase a new domain. Add-on domains are regarded as completely independent domains that you are buying. And instead of you to buy hosting for them separately each, you are bringing them then to this platform to host. That is, anytime you buy a domain name, you should buy a corresponding hosting, isn't it? Yeah, so it means anytime you purchase a domain name, there should be hosting that follows it. Now that you have purchased this plan, if you buy up to 3 different hosting, you are supposed to buy 3 different, if you buy up to 3 different domain names, you are supposed to buy 3 different hostings. But because you have purchased this plan, you can buy up to 3 different hosting instead of buying 3 different, what am I saying? If you buy 3 different domain names, instead of buying 3 different corresponding hostings, you use only this one. Yes. So it means these add-on domains are completely independent domains which you actually purchase. It means if I purchase abraham.com, that's my name, right? Okay, and I say my business name should be abraham.com, and I purchase it and I'm excited. And all of a sudden I feel that, look, I also need 3 more companies. It means if the name of one of the companies is collins.com, free.com, and daniel.com, is okay, it means I need to purchase these 3 domain names separately and also hosting separately correspondingly to each of these domain names. Now because I already have this one, I will purchase the 3 domain name independently and bring them to this place to host, and they become add-on domain. I don't know if that is clear. Yeah.
In their name, there is nothing related.
No, it's not related. That's why we say they are independent. Okay, and they are independent. Yeah, good. So that is it. So now that is it. So let's proceed, and that is all about this plan, and it goes for 4-5 per month. So cumulatively, you multiply. You can imagine that the difference between this and this is much. We told us that this one was actually deliberated upon, and it was slashed down to almost nothing. Okay, but that could not affect this ones. So this one is just to have you get started, and here we want to assume that you already know what you are doing and you are in the business, okay, and that is it. So it depends on what you want to do, and you know the capacity of these two already. Now the next one, yes.
Find subdomain, 3 add-ons.
Mhm.
How do we proceed?
Yeah, I already told us that even this add-on, subdomain, can also exist independently as different websites. But it's just that anybody seeing it, we know that it's coming from the other domain. But this one is already regarded as a completely different website. This one have a watermark of the original. This one have a watermark of the original domain. Let me give you an example. I say amadors.com is the original domain name, and we say pt.amadors. Now remember, these are two different sites. But it's just that anybody looking at this pt.amadors.com, we know that there was an amadors.com, isn't it? That this one was generated from. But this amadursofficial.com is a completely independent one. And it means add-on domain could take this form as independent as this. But subdomain is not actually completely independent because it's still bearing the name of the original domain. Alright? So, now let's proceed. The next one, the next one here is the enterprise plan. Okay, now by way of comparison, this is 1, this is 3, and this is 8 website. Okay, and this one, instead of 10 here or 20 gigabytes, this is 35 gigabytes. Okay, and the bandwidth is unlimited, which is fine. All right, then the daily backup and all of this attached to it unlimitedly. Even the subdomain is unlimited. Now, if I am to recommend, instead of buying this one, I'll go with this one. Is that okay? There's a reason for that, because the difference between them is just 500, and you have a lot of advantage here unlimitedly. So instead of buying this, personally, I will go for this one, and the reason is because of this subdomain. Instead of just having 5 subdomains, I can create unlimited subdomains, and that is, it means I can generate up to 100 different websites. Although, of course, yes, like that. So now, and for add-on domains, instead of just 3, I have 6 here, and it goes for 5,000. I think this is the best deal, in my own opinion. Okay, this is the best deal. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later, because I know that some people are thinking smartly already. You know. Yeah. Okay. So we'll talk about that. Let me finish my explanation. So now the next one, which is the final plan, is called the business plan. Okay. Remember, by 2:30 we are going on break. So our target is 2:30. So I will just remind me, just in case I forgot. Now the business plan, and for the business plan, look at this. Is to say hosting for unlimited website. It doesn't matter whether you have 1,000 website. Okay, you can host it right here, and you see they have capacity of 50 gigabytes. The rest are just unlimited. All right, everything unlimited, and it goes for 7.5 per month. And if you multiply that times 12, you know how much you are paying, for the year, and that is it. Okay, so remember, our target for coming here is to learn how to register a domain name and web hosting. But you cannot buy what you don't understand, isn't it? And that is the reason why we are taking enough time to explain to you in detail what each of these plans entails. Okay, so now somebody just asked a question. Now let me quickly answer that. He said, look, it means you can host 6 different clients here. Okay, so the answer to that question is yes and no. All right, let me start with the yes. The yes is that, of course, we say 6 different independent websites. If they are independent for real, it means my client can give me a website, isn't it? And I host it there, and that client bring them. So, for any website they are designing, you are meant to pay for hosting. And if I have 6 slots here, why won't I host them? And instead of buying their hosting, I just pocket the money because I have the space, Yeah, that is a smart way of thinking, and that is really, really perfect. Okay. Now, the next one here, let me quickly answer 2 questions at the same time, just in case somebody asks the same question. Now, we talk about business plan being unlimited. Instead of just thinking about 6 websites here, I take it here. We say add-on domain are unlimited here. So instead of limiting myself to 6, it means I can, as a web developer, I'll give myself, maybe beginning of the year, I'll give myself a prospect of having up to 1,000 clients within the year. All right. And I say, okay, for any client that will come my way, I know that they'll give me money for hosting. And I'm going to pocket all the money, because I have unlimited hosting that I paid for already. And it's going to run through the year. So I will just host them here and bring more clients so that I'll be able to pay my rent here. And like I said, it's actually a very smart way of thinking. It's just that you are likely going to run into some issue. And that's what I'm about to say now. And that will go for the no part of it, okay? Where I say yes and no. Yes, because it's possible. No, because it's unprofessional. And this is why, okay? Now, a lot of people, a lot of organizations and individuals, they don't want to be tied to you. They want their freedom, So some of them might tell you immediately and say, look, after this whole thing, we are going to pay you to train one of our staff to handle this thing perfectly. So that, yeah, we are still going to be consulting with you, but not that we need anything, we come and ask you. So we want you to hand over. And deal because they are going to pay you is their right, right? Okay. So now, such kind of clients, or some clients will not tell you, you will do everything that you have done, and eventually they are going to just come up and say, okay, any other thing, you say, no, that is done. It's okay, to hand over. Okay. Well, how much will it take for you to sit with me and explain to me how it is done? And whether you charge them or not is their right. Okay. It's just like it's their right to know how the platform works, and a smart person will just look at how it works and know how to use it. It's as simple as that. Now, at that point, he said, hand over everything. And the person have the right to have access to the login detail to the cPanel. And that's where the problem will come. Now, each of these plans have one login detail. Are we there? Each of these plans have one login detail. Let's say you have 500 people hosted here already. And, it's just because those 500 persons did not ask you and you didn't say a word about anything. Okay? And that client say, look, hand over everything to us. We want everything you have purchased with our money. Hand it all over as our property. And truly, it is their property. So now, the next thing you are going to do now, what are you going to do? Are you going to give them the login detail to the hosting that have 500 persons, different clients that pay you reasonable amount of money to host them? Of course, you were supposed to have bought their host individually. But because you feel you have an unlimited space, you went and kept them there. So what will happen to them if you deliver that control panel detail to the rightful owner? Okay, at that point, they are going to delete everyone and leave only their own website, And I know that you will not even agree to give it to them. And one of the smartest things you are likely going to want to do is to quickly run here, or maybe here, or here, and purchase hosting again. And now move the aside from there. Since you are mandated, okay, move the aside from here and take it to this one or this one or this one and hand over to them. Otherwise, you don't have a way out of it. Even if it becomes a legal issue, you can never win, okay, because they pay you to do that. And it doesn't matter even if you pay 5,000, it's their right, because you agree that the 5,000 is sufficient to do the job. And that is the reason why I would recommend that you get what they call MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, for your clients. Okay, an agreement, right? Yeah. So the reason is that let the terms of the service be clearly stated, so that it will prevent the client from coming tomorrow. You know, you have already sealed the deal for 200,000 naira. And all of a sudden, he come up again and say, look, I forgot something. You know, we didn't add this one. And it's a lot of time, you know. And he said, look, if you don't do this one, I don't consider you as finishing this job. It means you have really done a half-baked job. And remember, that was not part of the initial agreement. And that was happening because there is no agreement between you and your client. There's nothing binding you to the client. But now if you have something that you see the agreement and say, okay, now this is the expected date of delivery of this project. All right, I'm going to deliver in 3 weeks' time. All right, so and this is the amount. So since you have paid the 75%, then also this is another one. Please make sure you collect at least 70% of the amount before you start the project. Different students have been coming to me and say, I've done the work, but they have not given me the money. You know, so don't do that, please. Because, you know, the nature of we human beings, we are we are just something else. You can imagine a client that is coming to you and say, please do quick, you know, be fast. This business, I need to start this business now. You know, and you settle with the client, all of a sudden, immediately you are done, you say, look, you see, there's no money now, let's just slow down. You see, let's slow down. This whole thing is going too far. So, you see, we are trusting God that next month, money will come, and we are going to give you something. We are going to make commitment, and you are done with the project. So don't allow yourself to be in that situation. Before you start any project that cannot pay you, don't even start it, because you are never going to be happy. There was a project I'm doing, and sincerely, I'm not happy. You know why? There's a lot of work. This guy is just my friend. Yeah, he's my friend, you know, and he told me about something. Instead of me to be serious, I just told him that everything is possible. And he just hand over things to me, transfer one amount of money, and all of a sudden, you know, it looked as if the deal was sealed. And when I started the project, in fact, the way he started talking to me, you know, somebody that was like begging, because he has become your boss, you know, he has given you a job to do. So even if it's 5,000 he has given to you, he has the right to question you. You say 3 weeks, and this is 3 weeks now, it's not done. So what's going on? And you also you have to explain, isn't it, if it's not done. And at that point, you don't even have the right to request for more funds, because it will be regarded as inconsistency on your own side, and you will look so much unprofessional. So at that point, I would really recommend that you know what you are doing, and then you protect yourself by first of all reach an agreement, so that nobody will come tomorrow. He just chat with a friend, and the friend say, look, add this one, add this one. He come to you and say, look, you must add this one. If you don't add it, you know, it means let's just leave the thing. And so many things are stayed because you have started without him paying you. You have done so much, and you can't afford to go back. So don't allow that. Create an understanding agreement between yourself and the person, so that whenever it's signed and the day is stated, is sealed. Any other thing he's bringing, except if you want to do it for free. Otherwise, additional price is going to be attached to it. Okay? And with that, I believe I've answered your question and the other person's question. Okay? So, and before we go on break, Who want to buy? Okay. Go ahead, please. They will what? They will default. Mhm. Okay. To the clients. Okay. To me, it's very simple. Now look at it. A client walk up to me and want me to build his website. And first of all, I will charge the client an amount. You know, I told us that the lease should be 150, right? Now, I also charge based on profile. You know, when you see somebody's profile and you know that this organization can really afford this, why should you limit yourself to 150? That's an organization that will pay you more, isn't it? Yes. And it also depends on how desperate they are. When you study, you know, psychologically, you want to defeat them. If you're able to defeat them psychologically, you have won the whole thing. Okay? Now, the thing now is that the amount you are requesting, that first payment, can deliver that project and still. I told you something. I said that guy brought something to the office to show me. He has not given me anything. I've done it. I don't know if you understand what I mean. I've already done it. And I asked in 2 weeks. You know why? I needed to perfect it. So that whenever any professional out there look at it, he will say, yes, this person really have done a great job. But when I say I've done it, what I did was a skeletal framework of it. So to me, as far as I'm concerned, the project has been done. The rest are just finishing touch. Okay? So you as a developer or as a designer or whatever it is, you should know estimatedly. You know, we say this plan go for how much? 1,000, which is 12,000. Let's say in total you are spending less than 20,000 naira, and you are charging a client 150 or 200, and the client pays 75%. That should be enough money to finish it. Me personally, if I have a client, I don't spend a dime from that money until the project is approved. I don't spend a dime from it. Although it's a personal practice. I know of some people that as it's coming, they have spent it. You know, but the thing is that I will not spend a dime from that project money until when the client mark it satisfactory. And most of the times I try to over deliver so that when they see it, it just blow their mind and say, wow, this is just too much. Okay. Now, and whenever they do that, it is better you save, keep that money because of any unforeseen situation that may arise, so that you not be put to shame, you know, because the thing is, so many things happen. You know, in this, you are going to be dealing with some good clients and some very highly troublesome clients. Okay, so you must be very careful so that you don't run out of fun and the whole thing is just looking very messy. So to do that, I want to believe that the first money release can cover everything. The rest is just, if you finish the website and don't hand over to the client until the last money is paid. I have that practice myself. I will show to you that this is everything. Look at it. But when you say hand over, I say no, you have to pay the rest of the money. Then when you pay the balance, then I can hand over the login detail. Otherwise, I won't. Okay, yeah, you can see that the project is done, but because the reason is that if he refuse to pay you, except if you want to sue the person, somebody like myself, I don't even have the time to do that. So whoever did not pay, then maybe it's gone. So before I do that, I must really protect myself to say, look, this is your work and this is your login detail, but I've done my part. So do your part and you have it, isn't it? It's as simple as that. So just be very smart about that. What? Yeah, so that is what I just explained. It should pay you. Okay, yes, sir.
Let's say, for instance, it's the 5,000.
5,000.
Yeah,
Okay, this one.
yeah,
Yes.
have 6 add-ons.
Yeah.
Does each of the add-ons have access to the features listed above?
Yes.
Or they have to share it within themselves? Like, say, 30 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it that each of them have access to 30 million?
No. Is it this one you are talking about? This one?
Yeah, for any of them. Like the other one has 3 add-ons.
No, cumulatively, not each. No, not each.
All of them will still share that.
Yes. All together, 30 email. Because it only have one cPanel.
For the ones unlimited.
Yes. It's still unlimited. You can create as many as you want. Yeah. So you know these ones are regarded as one cPanel. So that login, that feature is limited to that login. It's not that we say you have 3 websites here, you can have 3 logins. No. If you can have 3 logins, then what I said about this one was not going to be applicable. Because it was because I said you can only have only one login for each of the accounts. Any other question? Yes. Yes.
Having designed the website and they are entitled to 30 website, 30. You now find that they needed like 100 emails, but you've already designed the website because they didn't give you that information. What you now do,
Okay.
buy another.
No. You can request to buy extra email. You can request that. Extra email account. There's that feature inside. When we get in, I'll show you. Okay? You can request to have extra email account. Yes.
Yes, I know about some organizations that build a website on WordPress. So if you visit a website, how do you know the CMS now?
Okay, so remember we try to type in the White House website before now, and then I think I was trying to show you something, and then we eventually didn't do it. So you can take advantage of Chrome extensions. There are some extensions out there that will show you the CMS that the website is built with. However, if you don't have access to the extension, you can come to this website, which is whatcms.org. Can you see it here? Now, what CMS is this site using? So I'll grab the URL link of this White House website. I go to this website here. I paste the URL here, and I click on Detach CMS, and I'll wait. All right. So can you see here? What CMS is this? Okay, I said whatcms.org. That is the name. So can you see this domain name is www.whitehouse.gov. Uses what? What platform? WordPress. So it means we didn't lie. It's true. It's true, right? Like for real. Yeah.
You mentioned building website offline. Is it possible for us to build websites using this WordPress before we launch it?
Yeah, it's possible. It's very possible. It's just that for this training we don't teach that. We teach the direct way that you build directly online. However, it's possible. You can build offline, but it's just that it's such a complicating process where you will need to install server on your computer so that you will be browsing in your computer, but it's just that in real life you are browsing from a server, and that server is not internet. Okay, but so you need to install some server on your system, and using that server, your website will be browsing from there. It's just that any other person outside your system cannot browse your website until when you host the website. And at the same time, whenever you finish that design and you want to put it online, you know, the process of uploading is such a cumbersome process. So why would you want to do that when there's a direct way of just doing it directly online? Although you can explore that method if you want, but for this training we don't do that. Okay, it's time for a break already. If you want to go for break, please feel free to go now. So because we are on break right now. This is sorry, I'm coming. This is 2:30. We are going to be back by 3 so that we take it to 4 or beyond, then we close. Okay? .org. All right, so see you by 3 o'clock. Because now, I want to believe that a lot of persons want to really make decision here. So, who want to buy? Who want to purchase web hosting or domain name for your business? Please, if you want to buy, indicate interest so that I will use yours for practice here. Okay? Okay. Thank you so much. Well done. All right, so who wants to buy, please? Anybody? Who? I know. Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah, sure, you can. And you can also do it yourself from there. No. So whatever I'm doing here can be done from anywhere. All right, so let me start the process. I am only asking just in case somebody wants to buy. Okay? Now let's proceed, please. Yes.
Okay, like this, this 1,000 per month.
Yeah.
Now, how to tell you that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's say for instance, you hosted a blog, a news blog.
Yeah.
That will encourage you to be adding videos and news daily. Okay. Would you exit that space in a matter of time?
Okay. Yeah, all right. So I think it's actually a good way of asking. No, you won't. Yeah, over time, it depends on when you start and how. But it's enough space for you. You're not going to be posting any video here. You are never going to be posting, although you can post video if you want. But I will show you a better way of posting video. It's not a good practice to post your video on your host. It's not done. The only thing you could post here is your images. And images are light and small, you know that. As a matter of fact, the images we are going to use are going to be optimized images. Not image that somebody will snap image with iPhone that is 7 MB. One image is 7 MB or 10 MB, and you go and upload it. It won't make sense because whenever anybody is going through that website, that image will take a lot of time to load. And you don't want that. So you want, whenever somebody load your website, any image in your website should load also, and not waiting a very long time before it comes up. So I'll show you how to optimize your images, and you're not going to have any space issue. Yeah. Final question, please. Yeah. Okay, be fast, please.
Okay, sir. Now, I have this unlimited plan, which I at least I bought this one of 5,000 business enterprise. So
Yeah.
is, now, someone needs a name, a business. I'm just from here, register it. Now, what if we renew them annually?
Good.
Now, if I fail to renew, that website is affected. Now, what if that person doesn't renew? We might be disputing old website.
You have to come again. I still didn't get
What I'm
you.
saying is that when it comes to website, they have annual
Renewal.
renewal. Now, if you buy like this one that unlimited,
Yes.
and then from here you cut and sell,
Yes.
and if the person doesn't renew, your renewal cover those person.
In real life, you're not selling anything. They are sporting with you.
They are spotting it.
It is okay. Let's look at it this way. You purchase this unlimited plan. It's like you rented one room, isn't it? But the room is so big that you don't want to stay alone. So you created different cubicles within the room, right? Now, and you just stay one side of the room. And the rest, as far as you are concerned, you have the liberty, to sublet those extra cubicles to people. Now, in real life, you are paying for the whole house. So now every payment they are doing is to you. Is to you now, because so that it will enable you to pay to foster the rent. So you're not looking at individually paying rent to the landlord. No. You are the one they know. The landlord knows. The rest are your responsibility. So whether you collect from them or you don't collect from them, you must pay your rent. Isn't it? So whatever they are paying to you. And you are the ideal person to pay to the landlord. So now in real life, you rented a space. So nobody care about any other person you give to.
So if they don't come and renew,
There's no renewal in the first place. Any arrangement, any arrangement you have made with them, whether they pay you or not, except you manually disconnect them from your dashboard, which is possible. Otherwise, there's no automatic disconnection for them. The only disconnection is when you don't pay and the whole system will go blank. I believe that's okay. All right, let's continue, please. So now we want to buy. Okay. Now I was thinking someone wants to buy, but now just take your time and try to plan what you want to do. Yes, it is. Okay. No, don't just buy. Yeah, if you need it, you can buy. With or without you buying, I can do the practice. Yes. So what I'm trying to say is that if anybody really want to buy for usage, then we can indicate interest so that we buy. Okay. Otherwise, I can also demonstrate to you without you buying. But I really want you to know exactly what you want to do, and if before you take your decision to buy and do other things. But it's just that don't be too skeptical about these things. Remember, don't be too skeptical now, because if you are skeptical about this, should I do it? Like that decision is still like. So many times when you are skeptical about so many things, I'm not trying to cajole you to buy. That's not the point. I'm only trying to tell you, okay? When you are skeptical about certain things, you end up not doing it eventually, and that is it. So if you want to take decision, just make your decision. Now let's assume that we want to buy one of these. If I demonstrate how to buy this one, it's going to be the same process for all of them, okay? And you must not buy here. You can buy from the house if you want. Okay, and because it's online, anybody can buy anywhere so long as you have an internet enabled device. So to buy, you click on this order now for any plan you want to buy. So let's assume that I want to buy this one. I click here, order now. So once I click on this order now, I'm going to be taken to this interface here. All right, where I will choose my domain name of choice. Remember, we say domain name and web hosting. So let us define the domain name we want to use. So I just want to randomly ask, who is planning to do something? What? AUA. AUA technology, like this. Okay. Okay, G's. Okay, like this. Now before I proceed, let me say something. your choice of domain name should be very simple and not ambiguous. Okay. Now you have the liberty to create as, in fact, whatever name you want to use. So now, provided it's available, you can just register it. It's your choice, it's your money, and you can just use it. But this is just a tip. Okay, I'm not trying to say that your own is too long. That's not the point. I only want to make a general statement before we proceed, and that could guide the next person who is thinking about, whatever his company name is going to be called. Okay, so now you can have a long company name, but you could also abbreviate it if you want. Now, in our last class, I gave example of a school here in Abuja, all right, that is called Stella Maris School. They are popular school. You should know them. Stella Maris School. And I know their website. Their website is smsabuja.com. That was such such a short name. They use acronym, right? They decided to shorten their name, and it's smsabuja.com, and that is stellamarischoolabuja.com. So now, if you have a company name that is large, like long, don't try to capture them as your domain name. Now, the reason is very simple. People are very lazy. So somebody might want to visit your website, but because your domain name is so long, they say, look, let's just leave this one. Let's move to, is there any other one? And it just goes to the other one that is simple. And this is from experience. So now, if you want to choose your domain name, let it be straight to the point. It could just be an acronym if you want. And you could just create a brand name. Remember, your company name must not be your name. We have a lot of big companies and brands out there that have not, the name does not have anything to do with the owner. Okay, and they are very successful. So now you could just use a brand name, which makes sense. Okay, and also avoid ambiguous name. We talk about names that are ambiguous. Now, the ambiguity of a name is the kind of name that maybe not everybody know how to spell them. We have some states in Nigeria that only people from that state can pronounce such kind of name. I believe you understand what I'm saying already. So don't be using that kind of name. The reason is that only you understand. Maybe it's your name, and you understand that name so much, but remember, not everybody can do that. And you're not building this website for yourself alone. You're building for anybody that will need it. So now, the issue is that whenever somebody is trying to guess that your name, he may just get landed to another person's website that is doing the same thing. Remember, this business, whatever you are doing, is not new. A lot of people are already doing it. You only want to fill among and take your own share of the market. Okay? So, and somebody just gets landed into your competitor's website, and all of a sudden, he stopped thinking about you because he has seen a lot of great things there, and he continues visiting that website and doing whatever he or she wants to do from there. So always avoid names that are long. Don't use confusing domain name. That is, don't use ambiguous domain name and like that. So let's proceed. Let's test this if it's available. Now, AUA Technologies. I click on check. Checking availability. Okay, I think my network was out of place. So it may take some time. This one? Yeah, you can. Yes, yes. In fact, I do that a lot. Look at me, I'm trying to build a website here. Let me quickly show you why that one is loading. This is for a client. And if you scroll under it, I think this thing is covering it. But let me open it somewhere so that you see what I'm saying. I always put that watermark under it, so that whoever needs a similar website, the person could contact me. Yeah. So you can always do that. Okay, I think it's hidden somewhere here. So, and it's because of the screen recording I'm doing. Yeah, if I drag it, I think you'll see it. So okay, so I will leave this one for now. I don't know why it's not showing. So it's like my network is okay. So AUA Technologies is available for 5,000 naira. Okay, so now you see that the price of domain name, especially the .com domain name extension, is 5,000 naira on flat rate now for the whole year. Now this one cannot be splitted. It means if you are paying 5,000 naira, you must pay in full, which is 5,000 naira per year. Okay, and that is it. For the name, it's 5,000. Yes. Hosting is 12. It means cumulatively that's 15. 17 altogether. Yeah. All right. So, any other person want to check your name before I proceed? Do you?
I want to ask, what of if the name you already use as a domain name is long?
Okay? It's long.
It's long and
Okay.
ambiguous, and maybe you've already done
The website.
the website. What can you add?
Okay.
I think we just write it. Then we just put it for since it's available.
Okay. This is not 1,000.
I know, but I for that domain.
Okay. Okay. With hosting. Okay. You want to buy it? All right. We'll come back.
Then we just have this one.
Yeah.
I know I have already had it.
Yeah. Sure.
For somebody this time to do that.
Yeah. As a matter of fact.
I know we have
As a matter of fact, as it is right now, yeah. As it is right now, anybody, let's say my name is, I have, maybe, there was a training we held, and someone just brought out a very fantastic name, and the person, I asked the person whether he wants to buy it. He said no, he's just trying to get. So my plan, as far as I'm concerned, I was going to pay for that domain name because I asked him, "Do you want to do it?" He said, "No. He just want to. He has plenty of these names. He was just dishing out." So I said, "Okay, I was going to pay for it." So that was my intention. And eventually, before the training, he said, "I think he wants to pay for it." And I said, "Okay, fine." Otherwise, I didn't say it out, but I was going to pay for it. Yes. It's not correct.
Technology is unavailable.
Oh, it's like I was wrong. Thank you for the correction. Is it like this? Yes, this is like this, right? It's not available. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's true. Actually, sorry, I misspelled tech. Yes, I think we should use tech. I don't think this is going to be available because okay. Okay. Just okay. Please, just listen. Okay, just listen, please. Many times people get disappointed because the name they are looking for is not available. Because there was a time one man came from Macaulay, it's an elderly man. I think he sat here, this city assistant, and he said he wanted to register NGO, and he brought out the name, acronym, it's an acronym, and we searched, unfortunately it was not available. So he said I should make sure that the name is available. Otherwise, it's not going to open. I said, no, it's not about making sure. The thing is that two people cannot use one domain name. It's only for one person. And whenever somebody is ahead of you, you just have to take it in real faith. Except if you monitor the person and it gets expired and the person didn't, you can buy again if you want. Otherwise, there's nothing you can do. So let's try to be creative. Now you could add something to it and it to become available. So AUA what? No, no slash. You can say I.
You have done the demand.
Okay. So since he wants that ICT, then can we say AUA ICT Tech? I don't know if that makes sense anyway. Okay, let's see. AUA ICT Tech. That's right. Oh. So now it means we all know that this is an acronym. Now, whenever he gets to the website, it means whoever typed this and the website gets open, the person will surely know the meaning of this AUA ICT Tech. It will be clear because the full meaning will be there and the person will not be lost anymore because he knows that this was actually an abbreviation. Are we there? So now, on a general note now, it means if you are trying to buy your domain name and for some reason somebody is using it, don't get discouraged. Just try to be creative. Add something to it. Just make sure that it's still around what you are doing and eventually you are going to see that it will be available. Okay? And you just resell it from there. Alright, so the next step for us, since it's available, and we can click on continue. Are we there? You click on continue. Now once you click on continue, it will take us to the next interface where you'll be required to add some. Okay, now you know this is a plan we are going with, isn't it? And then this is the amount per month. Now this place you have the liberty to change it to 1 year or to leave it at 1 month. But before we proceed, you know, it is better if you have the resources to go with 1 year. However, if you don't have the resources or you are not sure, you could go with 1 month. But the 1 month, if you don't pay your rent when the time is due, okay, the thing is that it's an automated system. It's not that anybody is going to disconnect your website. It is already programmed that after 1 month, if you don't pay, the website gets disconnected. Are we together? So I want you to know that first. Okay. Now, some people are in this plan. You know, before the 1 month, they just send in their payment. But if you have the resources, okay. Now, in order to avoid all of those before thinking about 1 month, you just pay it because there are lots to do even outside this. Because you want to just pay it off and focus your attention on some of the things that really matter. Because this is just the beginning. And then there are still a lot for you to do as the owner of this business. So which one do you want us to go with? Yeah, sure. Yes. No, not the next, maybe you may do for the next 1 month. I mean 12 months. Then of course it's going to be appended 1 year plus 1 month. Yeah. All right, fine. So okay, good. That's all right. So now, but let's it's 5,000. Yeah. So now, and we want to recommend that stick with the .com domain name extension. Okay, the .com domain name extension. We have the .net, .com.ng, .au, .uk, .co.za. There are so many. So stick with the .com. It's profitable to you. Okay. So now, the next thing is, if just in case, let me just demonstrate whether somebody wants to make it 12 months or just 1 month. Now, by default, it's going to be 1 month. Now, you can also change it to 12 months. Can you see this one? Select it this way, and this is going to be updated. Instead of 1,000, it will turn to 12,000 naira. Okay? Now, like that. Now, subsequently, we are going to have a 6-month plan, maybe 3-month plan, just like that. Okay? But for now, this is the available feature. So I will change it back to 1000. So I select this one and it will be 1000. So you click on continue. Now if you click on continue, it will now take us to the next interface where you are going to be presented with some add-ons. Okay, if you are interested in adding them to what you already have. Okay, so you have 3 add-ons here. They say DNS services, ID protection, and then email forwarding. Okay, now this is actually not very required for now, but this one is actually very, very important. However, you can do without it. Okay, this is important. ID protection is important, but you can do without them. So if you are interested in any of this, if you click on this, if you check this box, it's going to be added to your bill. All right, so but for now, let's click on continue. Yeah, yeah, you have to. You know, we have it's online payment, but if you want to pay physically, you can just make a call, and from our end, you just come here and whatever payment you have made is extended for you from here. Yeah, instead of doing it by yourself. Yeah, but you can literally do it from anywhere. Yeah. All right, so you can see that the plan we have is starter plan and is a monthly plan. If you feel there's something else you want to do, you could edit it. Can you see? You can change it if you want. Now this is the domain name, which is auaicttech.com, which was 5,000 naira. So you see that everything is the way we want them. And if you're happy with this and you are ready to make your payments, you click on checkout. By this point, you should know that you have the money in the bank, okay? And you could either do transfer or use your card. So you click on checkout like this. Now, once you click on this checkout, it will take us to the interface where you need to put in your personal information and your billing information to enable the platform to bill you, okay? All right, let's do that. Your first name, okay, like this. Your last name, your email address, like this. All right, your phone number, please. Okay, now before we proceed, hello, before we proceed, please. Now, this is just a quick one you need to know. If you are doing this for a client, you know, and we want to cover some information here. If you are doing it for yourself, fine. But I'm saying this based on some of the feedback we have from students. Okay? If you are doing this for a client, please, at the moment, don't use your client email. Use your personal email. Now, there's a reason for that. Okay? You want to prevent them from seeing the invoice that is going to be sent in. Okay? Because there's an automated invoice. Once your payment is confirmed, an invoice is going to be generated and sent to the email address you provided. Okay? So I want to advise, although this is optional, okay? I want to advise that you avoid the use of your client's email. Just use your personal email or the email that you use to do whatever you want to do. So put it there so that you will be the first person to receive the invoice. Now, as a business person, you could just generate your own invoice for the client if need be, isn't it? If need be. Now, the reason why I'm saying this, now we have record of students that put in the client information here, and after they made the purchase, 17,000, right? 17,000 naira, and maybe the client paid 300,000 for the website. But remember, there's something you need to know here. It's not that the 17,000 is wrong. I took my time to explain to you in detail the capacity of this web hosting. For example, if I know of an NGO that wants a website, I know for sure that the 17,000 plan can handle the NGO website. So it is not going to be like I am cheating the client by using the 17,000 plan. Not 7,500. I'm talking about 12,000 plus 5,000 naira. Okay? So, everything is cumulatively 17,000 naira. So, if I have a client that pay me 300,000 to design an NGO website, and I use that plan, it's not an error. Okay? The plan is suitable for that project. But it's just that because the kind of orientation and knowledge I have about the plan, the client does not have. And you don't want to give any further explanation whatsoever, because that is not what you are paid to do. You are paid to do the job. Okay? Now, at that point, whenever the client sees an invoice of 17,000, it depends on his person anyway. The person might just feel cheated and say, look, now, this thing have happened. This is not exaggerated, okay? Now, we have had series of issues where the student was called immediately and say, keep the 17,000, make the transfer back, the rest of the money, transfer it back. This is the end of the project. You can keep the 17,000. Who cares? He has already, he feels that the whole thing has been compromised, and nobody care about that anymore. All right? So now, you really, you see, you are dealing with different people. Okay? You are really dealing with different people. Okay? So the thing is that we are speaking from experience. This has happened before. Yes. And I just have to explain to you why I say that. Okay? And no, nobody is going to communicate with the client with telephone. This is one of the most important things here, the email. In fact, some of the information are going to be there for identity's sake, but it might not necessarily be used. But this is the main thing, your email address. Even the notices, nobody is going to send you SMS. It's going to be noticed via email. So if you don't check your email, then it means you are likely going to miss a lot of information concerning your hosting and thereabout. So now, do well to always use your own as a business person. It is advised that you have your invoice that you generate for your client. Now, another thing is that don't be too fast to talk about invoice. We are talking about the skill. We're also talking about the business aspect of it. Okay? Now, don't be too fast to talk about receipts and invoice. At times your client is mute. He just pay you and he trusts you, and all of a sudden you say, here's your receipt. And whenever you give one receipt, he starts asking for the other receipts. And say, okay, now that you have given me the receipt for this one, now where are the rest? So you see, you just invited something that does not make any sense. So some things are not very necessary to talk about, except if the client comes up and say, I need a receipt. Then it's okay, fine. As a business person, just generate your invoice and give to the client. All right?
In understanding this business, I have a contract with create the website. You can issue the customer any receipt for creation of website. So that's a receipt I need to do.
Yeah. Sure.
With how the details.
Yeah, some people are so, even the detail they were not asked. All right, they kept implicating themselves, and I have met such kind of people before. And I want to believe that you have also seen one or two of those kind of people before. So don't do that, because you are likely going to just bring in unnecessary talk and discussions that will just give you problem. All right, so let's proceed. So now we have filled in our personal information. So the next thing now is to put in the billing information. This is very, very necessary. Although the company name is optional, just in case you don't have a company name, but you can put it if you have one. So do you have? Okay, so should I put it? Okay, A. Okay. Okay, should I put space? Okay. Okay, please guide me. AUA with okay, GIS. Like this. Alright, so your street? No, it's okay. Okay, so the next thing for us is to put in our password. So let me also have advise us briefly here before we make our password. So you can write down your password choice and give to me. So now, learning how to create a strong password is very, very important these days. If your password is not strong enough, it's going to affect you, especially when you have a desperate person who really want to take control of your platform. Okay, it's going to be easier for that person if your password of choice is not that very strong. Okay, so I want to show to us, just in case somebody out there does not already know how to create strong password. Password for whatever you are creating. And this is going to be regarded as the password for the website or for your hosting cPanel. Okay, so I just want to give a general advice on how you can create your password. So I just want to pull up my notepad so that I will show us. Thank you. So that I will show us how this password is created. Although it's not any special thing, anybody already, we all know how to create our password. But the thing is that the first thing I want to recommend, whenever you are typing password, is hidden behind asterisk. You can't be seeing it by yourself. Most of the times it's like that, except if you have a platform where you could hide it or show it. But it's not like that generally. At most platform where you can't even see what you are typing, and you are expected to type it twice. So you have that tendency of not typing it correctly, or maybe type something else and you assume that you have your password, and eventually it will allow you to to sign in and make your payment, but eventually you can't log in. So in order to avoid that, you can open your Microsoft Word somewhere and type visibly. Be seeing what you are typing. When you finish, you copy and paste, instead of just typing blindly and you're not seeing it. Now the next tip is that let your password be at least 8 characters. Okay, let it not be less than that. Then let your password be alphanumeric. That is a combination of capital letter, small letter, numbers, and special characters, if possible. It must not be with special character, but if possible. Now, remember, 8 characters, at least 8 characters. That is a combination of capital letter, small letter, numbers, and special character. Special character could be hash, dollar, percentage, slash, question mark, and all of that. So I am waiting for Notepad. I don't know why it's not coming up. All right, so it's here. Now let me display. Let me give an example before I just go off the screen and create his password. Now this is me trying to create my password. Now just disregard whatever I want to use, but just an example, okay? So I may start with this, 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 this. It's just like you trying to form something that you know for sure that you're never going to forget it. Okay. Now let's assume, just by assumption, okay, that this is our domain. I mean, this is our password. I started with hash, with dollar, capital letter, small letters, some number. Then I also repeated the same thing. So I copy it like this, and I go back to this place, and I paste it. Remember, I didn't type them blindly. I just I wrote them somewhere, and they say it's 100% strong. You see that? 100% strong. This is going to be practically impossible for any software to come and hack this website so easily. All right. So, and that is it. So we decided to put this password meter here to measure the strength of your password. Okay. So now let me return back to his own. Obviously, I had to go off the screen so that I will keep his privacy. Okay. Because this record you are seeing here might go to many hands. So let's just go off the screen. So I will be back. Okay. I'm doing this because somebody owned this. So I'll be back. All right, so we are back. And you can see that I've typed in his password, and it's 85%, which is okay. All right, at least it has gone through the pass mark. You can see that it's green, but anytime it's showing red, so just avoid that kind of password. Okay, so that is okay. I scroll down to this place where I will need to click on complete order like this. Now once I click on complete order, I'm going to be redirected. Okay, something is not right. Oh, we didn't put postcode, the postal code. Sorry. So do you have a postal code, or I should put something for you? Oh, sorry. It's like the whole information is changed. So, hmm? Yeah, no, I replaced that postal code was saved with my distance. Sorry, I have to just quickly repeat it. Okay, thank you. A AU, right? Okay, this one. 080. Is this one? 3. Okay, this one. So this one is here. Okay, it's fine. So the password again, I will just paste because I have it. Is that okay? So we click on complete order. So at this point, just get ready for the transfer. Yeah. Don't worry, it will come up now. Now, once you click on that complete order, you'll be redirected to a safe payment platform, where very secure platform where you will make your payments. And on this interface, you will have different payment option where you can use different where you can use oh my god. So I think just excuse me, please. All right, good. So now let me quickly explain to you what I did. Now, in your own case, you are going to just be redirected to this place, and by default, the card option, this one, will come up. This is the one that will come up by default. Now, some persons want their privacy. They don't necessarily want to use their card. Now, remember, your card details is not going to get saved to this number, this website. But some persons don't just want to use it. Okay. Now, if you want to use your card detail and your card is enabled for online transaction, go ahead and use it. So you can pay through this. Okay. Now, but one of the simpler method of making your payment is here. They call it pay with bank transfer. All of us do transfer, isn't it? You could be using your short code, or maybe just the normal app transfer, which is fine. So a Wema bank account is generated here, and you just make your payment here. So are you ready, sir? Okay, let's call it for you so that just in case you can't see it clearly. Okay, 7359359890, and the bank is Wema Bank. The beneficiary is Amados Technology Limited. Yeah. So yeah, that's transaction charge. So please just put the same amount. Okay. Now, can all of us watch this process? Now, it's going to be assumed that anytime you want to make your payment or you want to buy, all right, whether at home, maybe you have made your decision and you have done that. It's done. Okay, good. So now you see that at this point you just need to, because this is one of the easiest method of making payment. However, you can explore other options. If you have barter or if you have card, look at them, USSD and all of this. So they are here. But this one is good to go if you want to do it. So now we assume that you are still making your payment, but now the payment has been completed. So what do you do next? You come here and click on this button here. I have made this bank transfer, and the system is going to randomly search if this payment was done for real. The system will know automatically. Now watch what will happen. So I will talk to you about this bank detail later. Okay, just remind me to tell you something about this, because he has made payment. I don't want to waste time, so let me just clear it. So now that the payment is done, you come and click here. Once you click here, if the payment is not done and you click here, it's going to keep processing forever, like nothing is happening. But if the payment is done, it's going to be marked. So let's check if the payment was done. All right, so let's wait, and you see that. So it's done. So it means the payment, you say thank you your payment, for your payment, and it's going to redirect us elsewhere. So you can see that the process is such a very simple process. But before I continue, let me show you something. I said I was going to talk about the phone number. Please disregard this message, okay? This, what you are seeing on the screen now, disregard it, please. So now, an account number was generated. That account number you are seeing there was automatically generated. It's not necessary that Amados Technology have an account with Wema Bank. If 10 persons are buying their hosting on this website at the same time, 10 different account numbers are going to be generated. So that account number is not real. It's just like a concealed account number to combat fraud. Okay? So now, you can't copy the account number and take home and say anytime you want to do your this, so because it won't work. Alright? So for your own, a unique account number still under Wema Bank will be automatically generated. Okay? And that is how the whole manipulations happen. But the good news is that Amados Technology will have the money. Okay? And that is it. So I just want us to understand that, so that nobody come and be copying account number and taking home that anytime you want to build your own, you get the account number. So now, what do we do next? Now that the payment is completed, what do we do next? Well, we just make payment now, and you see that the process is simple. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, I will show you the number to call of others. Yes. Okay, yes. Okay, so now that the payment is done, it means as far as this process is concerned, you have purchased your domain name, you have registered your domain name and web hosting. So it means we are moving to the next point, which is point number 4. Now, trust me, this is not going to take our time. Within 20 minutes, we are going to be out of here. Okay? So, I understand that some persons are already tired, but just stick with me. In the next few minutes, we'll be done from here. Yes? And that's what I want to go to next. Yeah. Okay, so let's proceed. Now, we are done with number 3. So we are left with number 4 and 5. Yeah, we might not do up to 4 and 5, but we know for sure that the rest of the balance are going to be taken to tomorrow, as the case may be. But we have our target 4:30. 4:30 we are closing, okay, for today. So now, what do we do next? Now that you have successfully made your payment, there are different ways. Okay, let me just take it through this. The next one is for you to, I was going to give you a brief overview of your web hosting cPanel. cPanel is short for your control panel. Okay, so the next thing for us, even before we go through the overview, we have to be logged into the cPanel first, isn't it? So let's quickly do that. There are different ways of you logging into your cPanel. I'm going to just outline 2. Okay, now the first way to log into your hosting cPanel, but I would recommend that you wait for like 30 minutes. Okay, because a payment has just been done, and just in case you make this payment from the house, and all of a sudden you are trying to log in and it's not logging in, and you say, oh, my money is gone, the whole thing is not working anymore. No, it's a process. The cPanel have to be built for you. It's an automated process. This does not have anything to do with the owner of the platform. It's just a process. So your cPanel needs to be built and ready for use before all the information will go. So now, after you have made your payment, I would strongly recommend, although in some situations it works almost immediately, but let's say plus or minus, give it 30 minutes. Okay, so that the whole platform is going to be fully built for you. to avoid error, because if you want to log in immediately, at times it throws error because the process is still building. All right, so give it at least 30 minutes or at most 30 minutes for you to for the whole process to propagate. All right, so the next thing for us to do is to, let's assume that we have given it that 30 minutes. I want to log into our cPanel to go through it and design our website from there. So what do we do? Two ways of logging into your cPanel. I will start with the first one. The first method is to type in the domain name. Now, what is the domain name we have purchased earlier? AUAICTTech.com. Do you see this? Now you're going to type in, remember, we want to log into the cPanel, and I said there are two ways I'm going to outline for us. Now this is the first way. Now you type in your domain name, whatever it is. It must not be this one. Whatever it is. Yes. So long as it's an internet-enabled device. Then / you see that? cPanel. Yes, that's /. / is the one that is bending toward your right. Backward slash is the one that is bending toward your left. Is that okay? Now, your domain name.com / cPanel. Now remember, that's email address you use in the process of registering. If you have access to that email, a lot of mails have been sent there already. And it's also contained, one of the mails there have your cPanel login details. Okay? And that detail cannot be changed. So you must keep it safe. Alright? You can't even change it. You have it? Okay, good. You have about 3. One is the invoice that you are preventing whoever is the owner of the site from seeing at least in the first time. Okay? So now, if you hit this, I'm not going to do this for real, but I just want to explain to us how to do it. Now, this is the procedure, the domain name that you purchase / cPanel. Now, if you click on enter, you're going to be redirected to an interface. Let me do that. Now, if you click on enter, you'll be redirected to an interface where you need to slot in your cPanel username and password. Now, at this point, you will need to go to your Gmail account, okay, or whatever email you have used during the registration process. Now, you are going to get the username. Obviously, it's going to be inside that email, one of those mails, and the password is still going to be there. Remember, this username and email was not determined by you. It was generated and sent to you. Is that okay? So, we are not going to use your own to log in, but we are just trying to let you know that whoever purchased this thing, this is a process. It's his privacy, so I don't need to do that. Alright, so that is done. So once you put in the username and password and click on login.
Sorry, which username?
Yeah, I said that earlier. I said there's a username and password that is sent to your email. It will be sent to your email. It's there. No, you receive it. Just go to your email. You'll see it there. If you can't see it, go to your spam box. You'll see it there. You'll see it. It's there. It's automated. It's not that anybody is sending it and refuse to send yours. It's an automated mail, which will definitely come. Alright, so now you copy that username that was generated. You know, we said already, don't feel that this one is not the username I choose. This one is not going to be determined by you. It's already generated and sent to you, and you can't change it. So make sure that you keep it safe, and whoever have it can take over your whatever you are doing. Good. Yeah, that detail in your mail, you fill it, and you are in. Yeah. So now, remember, anybody that have this information can take control of everything you have built. Just know that. So it means if you make this available to anybody, it's going to be easily hacked. That's what you have said. Now, it doesn't mean that this whole platform is weak. It just simply means that maybe you just give the information cheaply for people to access. Do you understand? So please, you must avoid that. Make sure you prevent that from happening. Yeah, sure. All right. So now this is one of the method which obviously I say I'm not going to log in. Now the next method which we say is the next method of logging into your cPanel is to return back to amadushosting.com. You know you were there before, isn't it? So return back to amadushosting.com because this was where you started from. Now you are here. Okay. So now that you are here on amadushosting.com, you will see all of these menus. Now click on my accounts. Can you see this? Click on my account, not this one anymore, my account. So remember you have your password and you had your, yeah, so let's quickly log in, okay, because I want to do this practically. So now I will need that email again, which is hasana@gmail.com at gmail.com. Don't worry, your details are saved, okay? All right, so now the next thing, I'm doing this because we're saying that this is the second method of logging in. Now, the next thing you need to do is to put in your password. I know his password and he knows it also. So you click on, you paste the password. Then the next thing is for you to hit this. Now, remember, if it's your personal computer, it's a good idea to remember me. But don't make this mistake whenever, let's assume that you don't have a system and you go to the cafe to always browse at the moment. Okay, don't do this because this will be the error. Okay, if you click here like this and remember that public computer, anybody can come in and say, wow, okay, this is hosting, you know, and he say, okay, he just manipulates one or two things and scrape off everything and take over. Okay, and that means it's not because the platform is weak, but it's because somebody was careless, and that is it. All right, so I will cancel this, but you can do this in your own personal computer. Yes, yes, no problem. Yeah, very important. So the next thing for us to do now, yes, sir.
So the email you use here and the login details is not the one you use in the cPanel.
No. This one was the one we used while we were trying to buy that domain name. Remember, we asked him to submit a password to me because I'm helping you to do it right now. And he also provided his own personal email. But before I use it, I started talking about why, if you are doing it for a client, you should use, do you understand? Yeah. So that is the detail we are using. But the other one was the one sent to us via email. All right. So the next thing for us to do now is to click on login. If these details are truly correct, then you'll be in. Let's try it. All right. So congratulations. You see that the process has actually been done. Yes. Okay. Yes. Never. Yes. Good. Thank you. So now you can see that the whole process for us now is just done. You know, it's not up to 30 minutes that we made this payment, and it's not, but it's just that I'm doing that for extreme situation. There are some situation you will be that maybe even after 15 minutes this might not be ready. So please, when you are facing that, don't feel the whole thing has been sabotaged in any way. So I just made that so that you know. But you can see that the whole process is ready already. Okay, and you see that this service is what? Active. So now, how do we log into cPanel? Remember, where we are right now is not our cPanel. This is called the client area. Are we there? This is called the client area. So, you know, our target, we are going to the cPanel and not the client area. Although we have already outlined how are we going to, one of the method of going to the cPanel. Now, this is the second method. Now, if you are here, all right, click on this little box. Can you see here? Click here like this. Now, once you click on that little box icon, you are going to be redirected to this interface here. You can see that this is the domain name you purchased and it's active. Now, can you see this line? There's a line here. Can anybody see this? Now, the next thing for us to do is to click on this line. Now, at times when you try to click on it, you click elsewhere. All right, but make sure that you click on that line. So let's try it. All right, so I may get it once or maybe twice. Yes. Or at times it's not activated. You have to just wait for a while. And it will. You will not even be able to come to this whole place here. Yeah. All right, so now let's try to click on this line like this, and it's clicked. So once that line is clicked, check your left hand side. The first item is log into cPanel. Can you see that? Now this time you have express ticket. You don't need any login detail. If you click here right now, you'll be in your cPanel. Remember, we're here, and I clicked here, okay? And it's going to auto open a new tab and we'll be taken to the cPanel. Now, congratulations to us. This is the web hosting cPanel, all right? So, and you can see that this is the name, that was used. This is the domain name. And yeah, so that's all that matters right now. So it means we are here on our hosting cPanel. What do we need to do next? I want to walk you through the cPanel. I want to take you on a visual tour, through the cPanel so that you see. You need to familiarize yourself with this hosting cPanel. All right, so let's do that. Now, there's something I want you to know about this cPanel. Information on this cPanel are section by section. Look at it. Welcome section, email section, billing and support section. I want you to look at it that way so that I will explain section by section. But most importantly, these are your information. So you can see that this place is your domain name, and this is your current IP address. Okay. Now, if you go through again, you will see some information about your hosting. So you can see that all of these things are associated with your hosting. This is the file usage, and all of this. You can see that nothing has actually is going on here. This is just brand new. All right, so let's proceed. Now, the welcome section, of course, I'm not going to talk about because of our time. I will only talk about the most important section for this training. Now, I'm going to completely ignore this. Okay. Now you go to the next section, which is the email section. How do we create that customized email account which we spoke about earlier? So to do that, I'll just click on this email account. All right. If I click here, I'm going to be redirected to this interface that is coming up. And I'm going to quickly show us how to create a customized email account. Okay, so for some reason this is acting up. It's like the process is still ongoing. So we just make payment, and ideally you are supposed to wait for at least 30 minutes. So I don't know if that is what is affecting it, but if that is why it's doing that, I will quickly rush to a different account just to explain to you. Okay, so I will quickly do that. Let me go to Amadeus hosting again. So I will pick up a different account, obviously. I think it's an internet problem or something. Yeah. I think we are having network issues. Okay, I should just remove the last one. Okay. Lazy. Oh, yeah. All right. So I want to understand that we all understand we are in Nigeria, so you know that. So which of the phone? This one? Okay. So I will paste it and remove the last one. Good. say it's not correct. Thank you. All right, so let's try something else and see if it's sorry. This network should just help us today. Okay, I think it's coming up. Let me return back to this one and see. Okay, I think it's working. So there's no need logging into a different account. All right. Yeah, email account. So now we are here. Yeah, I don't want to close that one. That's why I just opened a new tab. So I was here. I don't want to just close this interface. So I still want to maintain this. So I open it in a new tab here. All right, so now to confirm that, I told us that it was 10 and not 3. So you could see that this is 10, okay? Now you see that we have not used any one yet. If we decide to use one, it's going to be 9 available and 1 use, okay? So now how do we create our email account? I'm going to create just one for test purpose, okay? And I will, however, delete it so that he can decide, all right, good. So if I click on this, to create a new email, you click on create. All right. So once you click on create, you need to put in your username and password. And that username is going to be associated with, appended to this email, this domain, isn't it? So what do you want us to use? Okay, Ali you dot like this. Okay, good. Now I paste the same password. No, it's small letter. It's an email. So you can see that now the reason why. Let me quickly show you. Some people want to click on this generate password. Please don't do that. You know why? The reason is that the password will go through for you here, but it's just that you can't log in. Because you don't know this password. You didn't define this password. You only generated it, and you have high chance of not remembering it. Okay, so please don't do that. Don't just do that. Okay, so now if you have your password, I will just hide it this way, and I paste it because we already have a password, right? So, and the next thing for you is just to click on this and create. Now you see this small box. If you want to tick this, it means you want to create for as many emails as you want. You don't have to repeat the process. So once you tick this, let's say you want to create so many of them. Then if you tick this place, if you click on create, then another one will be open for you again to type in, not to go through the process of clicking on create and all of that. So that is it. And now we are set and we are happy with this. The next thing is just to click on create. We are creating only one, so there's no need of tick marking this. So I just click on create like this. Now if everything is fine, then it should be created. Good. You can see that 9 available, 1 used. Now if you keep doing that, you know how it will look. So like somebody asked a question about what if this one finish and you have more mail to deliver. So you can see that you can buy more mail. Okay, I think that answered that question. So, and you see that the mail now is aliyu.umar@thecompany.name.com, and a space of 1 GB is allotted to this email already. And somebody might ask, if this is created for my client, you told us that we can check it without their notice. So how? So I don't have their password because they have already changed the password to whatever they want. So how am I going to check it? Simple. just click on this and check mail like this. All right. Now once you click on that check mail, you are going to be redirected to this interface where you will need to click on open, and you'll be taken to, okay, you click here. Can you see here? All right. So once you click on this open, you are going to be taken to your dashboard. That is the email dashboard, where you'll be able to see all the mail. You know, you can see that we are here without logging in, right? So, and look at it here. You could also, this is your inbox, all right? So this is your draft, your sent messages. You see, you can compose from here. If I click here like this, it will open up here for me to compose message, just like the normal Gmail message and all of that. So I can put in the recipient mail here, put in my subject, and put in the body of the mail. I could even attach a file, and finally I will click on send, and that will be all. Okay, so that will be all for now about that email. So I will leave here because I'm okay with that. I move to the next one. I'm done with that section. I disregard this billing and support because there's nothing much important here. Okay, and then this place is the file section. Remember when I started, I told us that hosting is about renting an online space where you put in your website. Now this is basically where your website lives. Okay, so the file section of your website is living here, and that's all you need to know for now, because there is no action required here. Now I move to the next one. You know, we told us that the database structure of WordPress is MySQL, and automatically, whenever you install WordPress, the database is auto-generated. So there's still no action required here. But you need to know that this is the database section. Otherwise, there's nothing you need to do here. Now the domain name section. We talk about subdomain, so let's quickly demonstrate how it works. Under this subdomain, I'll click on this subdomain just to teach you and show you how subdomains are created. Okay, now you don't have access to add-on domains, so this is going to be a no-no for you because this plan does not have this. All right, so if I click on that subdomain, I'll be taken to this interface. Now we already know the original domain as this. So let's assume that there is need for us to create a subdomain called shop. So I'll just type shop here. Of course, you know it's going to bear this name. It's going to be shop.this name. So if I click anywhere, the real domain name will be generated here. So if I click here like this, you see that I have shop.thedomainname.com, and that becomes the add-on domain, the subdomain of this original domain. And you create it without paying for it. So let's do it. Create. If I click on create, you will see that that subdomain is created successfully. Can you see that? Now if I return back, you will see that instead of having once, you see that there was nothing here before, and I have successfully created a subdomain. And I have I can only create two. So let me create the second one and see. Let's say I say test, and it's test.yourdomainname.com. Please, I'll delete them, don't worry. Okay, so I click on create, and after this you cannot create any more subdomain. Can you see? Yes, you can remove. You can see that you have only maximum of 2. So but because we just create it for demonstration purpose, I will just take them off. So I will remove it. Let's delete the subdomain. But if you want to use them, you can keep them. Okay, but because this is not our original account, this belongs to someone, so we need to remove them. Now he decide whatever he want to use for his subdomain. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, yeah, sure. So that's where you can see that advantages are coming up. He was very skeptical before, but good. All right. Yeah, it's an advantage. All right, so let's proceed. Yeah, you are not creating any domain anymore. It's already there. Yes. So the domain name, the original domain name which you purchase, okay, is the one that is going to use. So we are not creating anything, it's already there. Yeah. So now let's proceed again. I think that's all you need to know about the subdomain. Which other one? Okay, so the security is automatic. Look at it. You know, we talk about SSL. Do you remember? Okay, SSL certificate is automated. Now you can see that this is a padlock icon. Now to explain SSL certificate, you will see it from this icon. I think I forgot to point your attention to that from the beginning. Now SSL certificate, you can see it from this padlock icon. Now you will see on some side that this padlock icon does not exist. But you see this one that is a padlock icon, it means this site is super secure. And they say connection is what? Secure. And they say your information, for example, password or credit card number is private when sent to this website. So you see that is secure. And this is the same security you have here. Can you see it? This padlock icon, and it's automated. And if for some reason you feel that your own is showing not secure, listen up please. If for some reason you notice that your own, instead of having this padlock icon, is just showing not secure, this is what you should do. Scroll down to security, this place, and go to this SSL and TLS status, this one. So click on this one like this. Once you click on it, it will take you to okay, what is going on? Yes. And it could also be a different website. I know you have the power to determine even a completely different password. Okay, so I don't know, but the network is gone again. But let's hope it will return. Yes. Yes, I just showed you. I showed you earlier. Even this my portfolio website is a subdomain. Do you see this? You know, I had a domain name that was existing, fingerprint.com.ng, but I now created a subdomain called profile.fingerprint.com.ng. It became my subdomain. I didn't buy any special domain. I was using a domain name called fingerprint.com.ng, right? Yes. And I created a subdomain. So what I did, instead of typing that shop that I typed earlier, I just typed profile. And it became profile. Look at it here. It's here. This is the write-up. This is the address. Profile.fingerprint.com.ng. And it became my, you know, it became the completely different website. I have the main website. It's separate. And this one is like a portfolio website generated from that website. Yeah, so that is it. Yeah, another one is, this subdomain. We already had amadors.com, isn't it? And we came up with this one. You remember, these are two different websites, which is PT. Now, PT is just short for plugins and themes, because in this place we sell plugins and themes to students. And I'll unveil this platform to you maybe from tomorrow, okay? Because our time is past gone. And then it becomes pt.amadors.com, and that becomes the subdomain, and it's existing as an independent website. The only thing is that whenever you see this website, you know that it's taken from one amadursofficial.com. That is the only thing that you can differentiate them. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this again, whether it has started working. Yeah. No, it's not. It must not necessarily, but it could be. You know the name. Yeah, I just disconnected from you now. I just want to try the other one, whether it's working now. This has been our challenge. This network stuff. You can't really predict. At times it's Glow, and at times it's MTN. MTN is, I think these days it's not very strong here. It has opened for you. Yeah, I don't know. I think we use SpectraNet here, but it's with, I think the router is in the office, so we didn't come with it. Airplane mode. Okay. Okay, thank you. So now, I was trying to explain something. Please be focused. Now, I was trying to explain something. I said, if for some reason, automatically this padlock icon appear for you. Now, for some persons, it may happen that you are seeing non-secure here. Now, in that case, just scroll down to security here. Okay, and click on this SSL and TLS status. Now, if you click on there, you will be taken to this interface. Now, then tick mark all of this like this and click on Run Auto SSL. I'm not going to do that because it's already enabled for us. But just in case that didn't happen for you, okay? Now tick mark everything like this and click on Run Auto SSL, and that problem will be solved, okay? So that is that. Now, the next thing we need to talk about, which we are rounding up now, is quickly how to install WordPress. How to install WordPress, which is point number 5. How to install WordPress on our cPanel. It just takes few minutes, so that's why I want to do it. Okay, so how do we install WordPress? This is our cPanel. How do we install WordPress? Now, for us to install WordPress is very simple. You need to just scroll down to software section. Can you see? We say section by section. This is software. Can you see software section? Okay, good. Now, and you select this one called WordPress Manager by Softaculous. Now, if for some reason you can't locate this, look at what you should do. There's a search box here. Just type soft like this, and you will see this. Okay, and you will just have to click on it. Once you click on it, you're presented with the interface where you install your WordPress. But let's just cancel it and scroll down to the software section the way we say it. All right, and I click on this one. Now, once I click here, all right, I'm going to be taken to this interface here. Do you see this? Now, at this point, you are ready to install you are ready to install WordPress. Now, the next thing for you to do, once you are here, hover your mouse under this install, and you see install a fresh copy of WordPress. So click on it. Now, once you click on it, you will see clearly for yourself this interface, and you will see the domain name you registered will be here. Now, in some instance, you are going to see some subdomains here. If you create subdomain, we created and we removed them. Okay, so if you have created, you'll be sure that you have them listed here. Okay, now if you click here, you will see some drop down. The first two you are seeing here, you only use them when you don't have SSL certificates. It means it's not secure. Your site is not secure. That is, these first two, we have 4 items in this drop down. Now, this is going to determine your URL structure. All right. So the first one and the second one, you use it when you don't have SSL certificates. We have, right? We have. So you don't need to use any of these first two. You can use any of these last two. Now, personally, I prefer using this one, although you could use this one. Now, even when somebody type www before your website, it's going to get redirected to your website. Now, but I personally I don't like the www. I don't know, but some people just type your website.com and it also happen. Even when somebody type www, it will still happen. So I prefer to keep it simple. So I select this one. Okay, but some person also want this one. It's all the same. All right. So, but let me go with this for you. Or which one do you want?
On the system is www, but the public is www. You also take them there.
Yes. Yeah, it will bring them. Yeah, sure. All right, good. So now that is settled. Yes. That I said in the case where you don't have SSL certificate. If you don't have SSL certificate, it means, you know, we say SSL certificate is a security layer. If you don't have it, it means you don't have that security layer, obviously. Isn't it? Yeah, so if you don't have SSL certificate, just do well to choose any of these two. If I were you, I'll pick this one because it's simpler. You know, it doesn't have that S attached to it. So now I prefer this one because we have SSL certificate. Alright, so finally, if you have some subdomain, you can click here to select which one you want to use. But because we don't have any one, this is just the only one, that is fine. Now, before you go, at times you have WP written here, although in rare situation. But just in case you encounter this, make sure that this directory does not exist. Make sure you remove this WP. Nothing should be here. Now, if you leave this WP here, your website is going to read AUA whatever it is .com/WP, which does not make sense. Instead of it to end with .com. So make sure you remove this. So I will obviously take it off, you know, and make sure that the latest version of WordPress is selected. You know, we say it started with version 1, 2, 3 like that, you know, and today is a version 1.6.0. Now maybe whenever somebody is going to watch this this training from this record, is going to be version 6.0.2 or in that manner. Okay, now I scroll down. For now, just listen up, please. Now disregard this aspect because we will come back to it. Even if we don't feel this here, we can always change it later. So pay your attention to the right hand side here, which is the admin account. This is going to be very important to us. Okay, if you forget the details you're about to create right now, you can't access your website. So now if you're at this point, make sure that whatever you're writing here, you keep it safe and secure somewhere. And if a third party have access to this information, you can also hack your website. So please pay close attention. Now you want to determine your domain name of choice. Your username. I want to recommend that don't use admin. Okay, don't use admin. That is my recommendation. So use any other thing, although it's going to be open. So don't use admin. Okay, for security reason. So now, what do you want to use, sir? It can be open, no problem. Yeah. Okay, what? No, just one. Okay, GUSAU. Good. Please remember it as your username, as this cannot be changed. This username cannot be changed. Remember that, please. It can't be changed. Alright, so now I'll hide this place because before I paste his password. Now he already know the password. Please write down the password because I'm pasting down the same password. Okay. So okay. Alright, good. Now the next thing is okay. So I think that's a necessary situation, but at this point I don't want to answer you now because we are running through time. So let me just finish. Maybe I could just talk to you later. So but let's finish this and let everybody be released. All right, so now remember we just have 3 fields here. Please listen up. We have our domain, our username, our password, and finally the admin email. Now put in the admin email you want to use. Now this could be your client's email or whatever it is. If it's your website, your own normal email that you want to use. And if it's your client, use your client's email, fine, because everything will work fine here. What? Yes, it can be changed. It can. So let's use which email you say AU. Okay, good. Fast, please. AU. Okay, Ali. You dot. Okay, the one we created. Okay, dot Umar at AUAICT tech.com. That's fine. Now you see, we have gotten all the three information. This is very important. Please write it down. Where? I should put what? ZULA IH, like this. Oh, like this. Is the spelling correct? No, now there's no space. It's just one name. But it said if you want me to do that without space, all of them. Okay. So please, just look at it. Is it correct? It's correct, right? Okay. So make sure that this is correct about whatever you are doing. Alright, so we know that every information is correct. So scroll down. Are you seeing this process, please? Now tomorrow, we are going to continue from wherever we stop here. Alright, so now you scroll down. Can you see what we are doing? Down to this place where you see this install button. So just click on this install. And let's wait and see what will happen. Alright. Okay, I think the network is just indicating they say network loss. Man, this is unfortunate, but it's supposed to just go through for us. But the network is no, you change it now to your email. Yeah. Okay, so the network is acting up. This is supposed to be done in less than 30 seconds. Okay, but the network, let me see if the network is, yeah, it's counting. You see that the network is gone. So okay. No, no. The data is so much. Maybe if you can get it, that will be fine. The data is 24 gig, so I don't think starting this class will exhaust 24 gig in any way. Yeah, it's done now. That one is done already, isn't it? So we are not there yet. So you're already ahead of us. So just allow us to fix our hours from here. Now this is not going to work because it is the network. Okay, so let's round up. Please listen up, please. Now, we are likely going to repeat this process tomorrow. Now, I don't want to keep you unnecessarily trying to fix this, okay? So we are likely going to repeat like just this process of installing WordPress tomorrow, okay? Now, whether it happened today or not, so we'll continue from this point tomorrow. Now, a closing remark, okay? So, so far so good. We have done from 1, although we didn't finish 5, okay, but let's say 1 to 4, okay, today. And tomorrow, by the grace of God, we'll take it from 5, because we are obviously going to start from 5 here, okay, down to the end tomorrow. And please, if you have your laptop tomorrow, come with it, just in case you didn't come with your laptop today. So come with it tomorrow, is because it's going to be very important. Now, don't get me wrong, you can still use your phone, okay? But it's just that phone, obviously I want to see how you need laptop tomorrow, because you are going to do certain things with your phone, but it's not going to be very, very convenient, okay? And that is it. So if you have a laptop, bring it tomorrow. And I want to give us an assignment on what you should do to simplify life for us tomorrow, okay? So I want to introduce you to a platform called TasteWP. All right, so let me quickly show you the address of TasteWP. Okay, I think the network is back. Okay, but let me. Okay, so go to this place, tastewp.com. Okay, now go to this website called tastewp.com. Taste, like as if you are tasting something. Look at it on the screen. Okay, tastewp.com, like this. Okay, now and sign up. Although you don't necessarily need to do it here, just do that from the house. Make sure that after you sign up, when you come to this website, you are going to click on this sign up. Now, whenever you sign up successfully, they are going to send you an activation link to your email, and you are going to use the activation link to, once you verify through the activation link, you are going to be, your account is going to be verified. Okay, so, and we are going to continue from there tomorrow. Please make sure you do it. Okay, because if you don't do it, I may not wait for you tomorrow, because remember, this class has to end tomorrow for the web design section. So, and don't blame me when I don't wait for you, because we have a lot to do and we really need to cover. Okay, so please do well, just do well to do this, and tomorrow we'll continue. So tomorrow I will assume that you have already created an account. Now, just in case you don't know what this place is all about, this is like a testing server, a testing platform, because not all of us here has purchased domain name and hosting. Okay, so, and one of the promise we made, that's the objective of this class, is that at the end of the class, all of us here should go, you should have created a website after the training. Okay, now each and every one of us should have created a website. That is the objective of this class. Okay, it means between today and tomorrow, you must have a website, and that is it. So now, after that, then, okay, so after that, you can be just practicing here. And I quite understand that not everybody has purchased domain name and web hosting. So please, can you leave that? So not everybody has purchased a domain name and web hosting. And there is no way you're going to have a website without having a domain name and web hosting. So now this TasteWP is a platform that has simplified the process for us by giving you free domain name and free hosting for just 1 week. Remember, for just 1 week for you to practice. Okay, now it means if you practice for 1 week, that website of yours is going to expire. it means it's going to be automatically deleted. However, I will show you how to back up that website you created to avoid it from being deleted automatically. Okay, so that anytime you make up your mind to buy your domain name and hosting, whatever website you have created, it's beautiful. You don't want it to go, So I'll teach you how to back it up to your flash or to your phone, so that anytime you make up your mind to design your site, to buy your domain name and hosting, you just restore it and you continue from where you stop. Okay, and that is the game plan. So, but this platform is going to be temporarily for you to practice until when you have this boldness to buy your own and continue from where you stop. So for now, this is the end of our class today. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, we have closed. But feel free to ask questions. Yeah. Okay, this one. No, we have already agreed. Although we have already agreed that we are going through it tomorrow. So I don't want to take you back. Except if you say I should do it. This one? No, admin. Okay, is it this place? It's restarting, so let's just leave it to tomorrow. Except if the whole class say I should. Okay. Tomorrow by 9. The reason why we delay, let me tell you, Ross. No, okay, tomorrow is Sunday. Okay, tomorrow by 10. It's actually 10 o'clock. So please, 10 o'clock. We are not waiting for anybody. Once it's 10 o'clock, is the agreed time. We are here. I will be here. Alright? So by the grace of God, thank you. By the grace of God, I will be here. Okay? So by 10 a.m. So please, this weekend class, we don't have time, like the weekday class. So do well to be here by 10. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Where is that? Okay, this stage WP. Okay, now look at what will happen. Let's assume that this is you coming. Okay, you type this stagewp.com and you are here, right? All I ask you to do is to sign up like this. So you click on this sign up and it's going to ask you that you want to create an account. So you say put in your username. Your username can be any name that you can remember. But remember, there should be no space between it. You wanted to give me 2 names with space, and I said no. If it's 2 names, there should be no space. Alright, so if you put in your username, put in your own email, your normal email that you have right now. Yes. Then the next thing is the password. You remember when we created password? I didn't type it blindly, I just type it somewhere, and I'm happy with it. I copy it and I paste it here, and I click on this, I agree. I click on register and it will be registered for you. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah, you can create any password of your choice. Yeah.
Can I use the password next to the email address?
Why would you do that? The thing is, some people, when you get one of their passwords, you have gotten everything about them. So, it's your choice. You can do that if you want. Although it will still work for you. Yes, sir.
The difference between blog, normal website,